Testing, testing. If anybody needs to sign up for public comment, Tammy's over here on the side, so feel free to sign up. If we have any elected officials here, if you would sign up. Good morning. Come on. Good morning. Okay, let's start this meeting off with some energy. I want to call to order the New Mexico State Transportation Commission regular meeting, April 16th, 2026 at 8:30. I want to let the record show that a quorum has been established and all 6 commissioners are present. If I could get a roll call.
Chairman Adams,
Here.
Commissioner McElroy,
Here.
Commissioner Hicks, Commissioner Chenoweth, here. Commissioner Tanner,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor.
So let the record show a quorum has been established. And then and I'll get to this a little later, I want to welcome 2 new commissioners, Commissioner from District 6, Tony Tanner, and a commissioner from District 2, Deborah Hicks. And I'll give them a little bit more introduction as we move on. So with that, Commissioner Hicks, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Stand.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I want to remind everybody there's coffee, water, and donuts. And I would appreciate if you got donuts, because if I get over there, it might be too late for everybody. So with that, fellow commissioners, you've had a chance to review the agenda. Is there any questions, additions, deletions? If not, what is the pleasure of this commission?
Chairman Adams, I move that we accept the agenda as presented.
We have a motion from Commissioner Chenoweth. Do we have a second? Second by Commissioner Taylor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That carries. You've had a chance to review the minutes of the March 19, 2026 meeting. Is there any changes, comments? If not, what is the pleasure of this commission?
Move for approval.
We have a motion from Commissioner McElroy. Do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Taylor. All in favor?
Abstain.
Aye. Abstain.
Opposed? We have one abstention, and
Mr. Chair, 2, I abstain.
we have 2 commissioners to abstain, and rightfully because they weren't present for the last meeting. But we still have a motion, a second. So with the 2 abstentions, it carries 4-0, 4-2. And then we will move on to introductions and welcoming remarks. So at this point, is Secretary Quintana on with us? Are you there, Secretary? Can you hear me? We have our secretaries at a conference, and so he's going to be joining us on Zoom remotely. And hopefully we can get him in here. I'm going to give it a couple of seconds to see if we can get him. Well, let's go ahead and do this. So Secretary Quintana, you can see him on that screen there in the back. And hopefully we'll have him with us soon. Then what I'm going to do is a little bit different. I'm going to start with you, Lisa. And if you would all introduce yourselves and the district you're from. The cork. Thank you. And we'll continue on. Well, actually, I want you to introduce yourself too, Tammy.
Tammy Trujillo, STC Administrator, OTS Admin.
And that we have Isaac. Isaac, go ahead and introduce yourself. And then if we could come over here and have this is all our IT. They're the ones that make all this magic happen with the streaming. So if you'd start here and introduce yourselves, because we appreciate the work you do. You come in here a day before. You guys are responsible for the setup, and we couldn't do it without you. So we want to introduce you too. Miguel, Paul. I don't know if I missed anybody because I can't see to the back, but I think, did I see Mallory? I thought I saw her. Mallory, how are you? Go ahead and introduce yourself. Okay, thank you. Did I miss anybody? Do we have any elected officials here? Okay, well, I am going to go ahead and start, and we'll go ahead and introduce the commission. Before we do introductions, I would like to give a great thank you and gratitude to Charles Lundstrom, who was the District 6 engineer. He really did a great job while he was here, and really appreciate all his time, his effort, and want to wish him well. He's a great guy and really enjoyed the time that we served together on this commission, and I want to wish him the best. But more importantly, it's a friendship that we created, and so I just, on behalf of this commission, I would like to wish Commissioner Lundstrom the best in the future. And with that, I will go ahead and start with Commissioner McElroy, and we'll go ahead and work our way up this way.
John McRae, Commissioner for District 1, which is southwestern New Mexico, 6-county area. Includes over 300 miles between I-25 and I-10. Also, we're the only district in the state that has an international border with Mexico. So a lot going down there with that. And it's an interesting district with the interstates, and then farther southwest to the Gila area and the Silver City area. So a lot happening in that area. And the Cruces, of course, is the second largest city in the state. So come on down whenever you want to.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Hicks, Deborah Pettigrew Hicks. I am an professional engineer, licensed in the state of New Mexico and several other states. I'm new to the commission, or renewed to the commission. I served 2012, 11-12. We are the ones that fund all of you within the state in District 2, and we are the ones probably the toughest aside from the interstates on our roads. So we have a lot to do. I did not get it on. Oh, I'm not close enough. Okay. There's a few tricks I need to learn. Thank you. And that's all. Thank you for the introduction. Yep.
Good morning, I'm Hilma Chinawith. I'm the commissioner for this district, for District 3. So as Paul Brasher said, welcome to the Champaign District. I'm not sure where the Champaign is this morning, but this district is small but mighty. We have the largest volume of vehicles traveling through the state here, as well as the largest volume of projects, of active projects and maintenance projects. So while we are the smallest, we are probably the most, the busiest, and I appreciate all the work that our staff does to keep up with as much as is happening here in this district. Thank you.
Good morning. My name's Tony Tanner. I'm a new commissioner for District 6. It's primarily McKinley, Cibola, and Capitol counties. And I'll know a whole lot more as we move forward. I look forward to working with the commission and everybody within MDOT
I'm humbled and I'm honored to be a part of the NMDOT family. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Tom Taylor. I'm Commissioner from District 5. That's San Juan, Rio Arriba, Taos, Santa Fe, Torrance. I left something out. Anyway, northwest corner of New Mexico. I've been I think, Commissioner since 2020, yeah. Anyway, our district, pretty interesting. I like to tell people I have enough lane miles up there that I could build a one-lane highway from Farmington to Berlin, Germany. And there's about 300 folks to take care of it. It's a big task. We'll enjoy it. Thank you.
And I'm Walter Adams, and I'm represent District 4. And as you all know, I was 42 years here as an employee, almost 8 years here as a commissioner. So I've been here almost 50 years. And some people say I should have left at 30 or 25, but I'm still here. It's a great place to work, and I just want to let everybody know here, all our employees throughout the state, how much we appreciate the work they do. Because we're the ones that sit up here, and yeah, we conduct the meetings and that, but at the end of the day, you're only as good as your employees, and our employees make us look very, very good. So a big shout out to all the employees, to the employees that are here today. And I want to welcome everybody that's here in the audience. We appreciate you taking time to come and address the commission this morning. And just a little sidebar is that we continue to have meetings throughout the state. And what better way to find out what communities need by if we're there. And so we try to, like here in Albuquerque, we consider this urban, but like I come from rural, Las Vegas, we have Wagon Mound, we have Raton, we have Eagle Nest, we have Angel Fire, Des Moines, Santa Rosa. So all of my district is rural. And so the way that we do operations is a little bit different in the rural areas as far as snow removal, as far as everything else. Some of the stuff remains the same. And something that I just want to say is thank you all for being here. Thank District 3 for hosting us. And with that, I am going to move on to public comment. So it doesn't have to be in any particular order. If you raise your hand, I can just bring you up here, and we'll start that way. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Larry West, and my wife and I are residents of Albuquerque and property owners along State Road 165. We're here today to respectfully ask that the condition and maintenance of State Road 165 be addressed as soon as possible, and that this matter be placed on the agenda for the next District 3 meeting in June. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Larry Lucas. I am a property owner of some property in the upper Los Huertas Canyon area. Road 6, and Mr. West and I are speaking about the same road. 165 is principally, that I'm concerned about, is principally between Placitas and Crest. It's got to the point now then that because of washouts, erosions, that kind of thing, that it is not passable to ordinary passenger vehicles. You can still get up there with pickups and four-wheel drives, but it's becoming more and more difficult. 165 is still a state highway and is one of the historical state highways in the state. The property up there, approximately 90 acres, was homesteaded in the 1800s and has been private ever since. I don't know the number of landowners up there, but I would guess there's probably 15 or 20. The state since it is a state highway, the state's got a duty to maintain it so that it is not unsafe. There's no obligation to pay for gravel or anything like that. But the road has become to the point now then that we need some maintenance on the road, principally covering up some water ruts, potholes, those kind of things. We're here today just to make you folks aware of it and hopefully work with you in a way that we can keep the road safe and passable for the motoring public here in New Mexico.
Let me ask you a quick question,
Sure.
and then I'll get into a little conversation. But what is the extent of the length of the road?
The road runs approximately 8 miles from, you go through Placitas. It turns to dirt right after Placitas. It then goes up 8 miles and joins the Crest Highway at a campground called Balsam Glade. It is principally the upper 6 miles that is in the worst condition right now. The road has been, like I said, it's a historical road. That's how you get to the Sandia Man Cave, Las Huertas picnic grounds. It's shown on state maps as part of the Turquoise Trail. I would hate to have someone thinking that it's a easy road to get up and get down. I don't think police, fire, those kind of people could get up there without some extreme work and effort on their part. And
Just a quick comment. I've been informed and given some information on this road as of recent. And from what I understand, and I feel whoever's been working on it to chime in at it, I think Mo, you've been in conversations too. And so from what I understand, the only thing that's in question is if it's a state road, then yes, we should be responsible for it.
Yes.
But it comes into question as to, I guess, it's going through legal and everything, exactly what our what we need to do to it, because apparently the forestry is involved and there's some other people that are involved. And so, but don't get me wrong, we're not shying away from it. People, we need to get to the bottom of it and find out. And I'll tell you this, if we find out that we're still responsible, we will get in there and try to, do what we can to make it passable. But we just got to get all the
In that
information, get it, and run it through all the process, and then we'll come up. And I think, Mo, how far away do you think we are, or you could give an analysis and a recommendation on this? I know it's going through legal too, but okay, does that sound like?
yeah, sure. If you could get a truck up there and cover up some of the bigger potholes, it'd be a big help. But in that regard, I was representing some landowners up there all the way back in 1989. And we entered into a settlement agreement that is still in effect with the highway. Well, back then, I think it was the Highway Commission and not the Department of Transportation. But that agreement is still effective as far as we're concerned. I don't know what position you folks are going to take. But it is, I am convinced, looking at it from a legal perspective, that it is still a state highway. It's still designated 165 state highway. And like I say, our goal is to work with you and to come to some sort of maintenance procedure. We completely understand that part of it is on Forest Road, or at least abuts Forest Road as it runs up to the crest area. And the forest has their priorities, and you folks have your priorities, and we're just hoping that we can
No,
get something worked on it.
believe me, this commission takes it very seriously, and any road that is in question that belongs to us, you need an answer and you need remedy. And so if Mo says we can have some clarification by next month, if you can bear with us, and we can come and do some of that. And again, we appreciate you being here, and you do deserve an answer, and we need to know for ourselves for the future to see whether or not we continue to do what we need to do to get up there. Mo, have you been down there and assessed it? And is it gonna take a lot of work? Okay. Commissioner Hicks, did you have something to say?
I didn't cheat.
Oh, did you? Okay. So, yeah, okay, thank you. So.
Thank you very
our
much.
next-
And then
Okay,
Mr.
But,
Daly.
yes, you sure can. You got it. Thank you for being here. And we will get back with an answer.
Okay. My name's Jim Daly. I'm a resident actually of Edgewood, but my family is also a private landowner that accesses that land through 165. My family's been involved with DOT in terms of trying to just establish and get things put into place that we know that road will be taken care of. I have personally been involved since last June, having contacted Mr. Chavez and others about our concern about that road. My positionality on this is obviously a private landowner, but I'm also an educator who every month I take groups of students up to Los Huertas picnic grounds where we do education. I know of other schools that in the past have accessed that canyon through that road that no longer do it because of the condition of the road. We're aware of not just Sandia Cay, but the two Forest Service picnic grounds, but also a relatively newly established trail that accesses Paloma Peak. That every weekend and even during the week, there are a number of people that are parked at that trailhead just to enjoy that, but also it's a climbing area that they can access. So there's any number of people of different constituencies that utilize that canyon and utilize Road 165. In the last almost a year now, I have provided a number of documents that have tried to demonstrate that my family, Mr. Lucas and others, have been in legal issues with New Mexico DOT for the good part of 40 years off and on to try and make sure that that road is maintained. And at one point I received from council through Mr. Chavez a opinion that the road had been vacated back in the 80s. I was able to provide actual documentation as the result of an action that Mr. Lucas took, that there was a stay to that order of vacating that road because New Mexico DOT at that time had not followed its procedures. And they were given until July of that year to address that. And there was never any follow-up on that. We never got any notice of public comment regarding that road. And then past that time, we have records of personal records of that road being maintained by New Mexico DOT. We had yet another legal action that my father was directly involved in. Here's his correspondence around much of this. He unfortunately has passed away, but he kept very good records. And there was a judgment then through mediation. I'm not sure if I'm using the correct legal terms here, with New Mexico DOT, that indicated they were indeed responsible for that road and they had a responsibility to maintain it so that it was safe, but also to plow it during the winter months, albeit at a very low priority. But they couldn't just disregard it until spring and let the sun do their job. So I am a little bit frustrated because, again, my family's been dealing with this for 40 years. I've been dealing with it for almost a year now. Mr. Moabed has been very, very helpful in this process since he has gotten involved. And the other thing that I would like to address that I think that everybody should consider is the safety issue. When we consider the access to Sandia Mountains and the fact that we are coming out of the driest winter we've ever had, that we possibly are going into yet another summer that is going to be hot. We have red flag warnings all day today. If there is ever a fire up there and there's a need to evacuate that mountain, it may well be that you can't get them down the crest road. You may have to divert traffic onto 165. I was just up there Monday with my 7th graders. It's in terrible shape. It is in absolutely terrible shape. The kids had a great time as I tried to navigate all the potholes. But the other point is, as private landowners, we've been in the position of having to call for police services when somebody shot through our gate and came into our property. And it took them over 45 minutes to get there. Granted, they were far away, but they commented on the difficulty of getting up that road because of its condition.
Well,
So it just, and I'll finish right now.
Yeah.
And I appreciate, I've talked to Ms. Chenoweth, she's been helpful as well. And I am fully on board with, yes, let's find a way to do this, but I do feel as though with what I provided and then having just the simple answer of we vacated that road way back and legal counsel apparently didn't do their due diligence to realize that had been vacated. And my frustration is building a bit.
and this is the first time that this comes to the commission
Yeah.
as a whole. Commissioner Chenoweth has kept me abreast as far as some of the things that have been going on. So from this point forward, I'm gonna have Mr. Brasher and Mr. Moabed work together and work together with you and keep you informed and with our legal counsel. And if we can in next month, we will come up with some kind of at least let you know what's going on. But this thing needs to be addressed.
Yes.
Since it's been ongoing. And so we can, at least come to some sort of resolution. So we'll do that. I was just gonna tell you that our next meeting is up in Lovington. And so we can get the report there, or they can give you a report as they're going. We'll be back here in June,
Okay.
back here where we're at right now.
Okay.
So if you just give us a little time, being that it's new to us, we need to get all the facts and make sure that they're getting all the information they need. But you do deserve an answer, and we will get back to you.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is there any other comments from fellow commissioners? Yes, Commissioner
No,
Chenoweth.
I really want to thank the residents who have worked diligently to keep this at our focus and requires our attention. I do feel that it's important, given the fact that you've been dealing with this for 40 years, that there's clarity and consistency moving forward. So I feel as though that is what our priority will be, is to make sure that we have something definitive that can be relied upon. So thank you.
Resolution, that's what we need here. Okay, any other comments, questions? Well, then we appreciate you being here, and we appreciate your comments, and hopefully we'll have some answers soon. Thank you. With that, is there anybody else to come up on public comment? Okay, we're gonna go to Secretary Quintana. Secretary's report.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Can you hear me now?
Secretary, did you hear that conversation that we just had?
I sure did.
Okay, so I'd like for you to be on top of that too. And when we get some information, you can fill us in on as we're going along.
Will do.
Okay.
All right. Chair, with that, I'll go ahead and start my commission report for you all. Again, good morning to the new commissioners, Commissioner Hicks, Commissioner Tanner. Look forward to working with you guys. And just a few things for you all this month. Some good news. We are there's an article coming out in Engineering News Record. That is a big engineering magazine. It is identifying NMDOT as a Southwest Region Owner of the Year. And the article will be coming out at the end of this month. We were interviewed for that last month, just prior to the commissioning grants. So looking forward to that article. It's a big deal and some very much needed good news for us. An update on speed camera policy. Chair, we had committed to coming up with a good policy for you all to approve for putting up speed cameras with localities. So our traffic technical support engineer, Mr. Brad Julian, reached out to a lot of other of his counterparts at other DOTs, and he has identified 5 criteria that we could use for speed camera warrants. So first off, and we're gonna work on this policy. We're committed to getting this to the commission by July for approval. So we'll ask the local agency to prepare an engineering study signed by a registered professional engineer that'll document the following. First off, the 85th percentile speeds out on the roadway. Second, the level of service of safety for the requested facility, which we use with, it's available called AshToware Safety. That's software that we use to determine that. And what we're leading to as a department is when a roadway is identified at loss level 1 or 2, that means the facility is actually operating at a safer level than similar facilities throughout the state. So we want to make sure that we're addressing those other facilities before we are addressing these types of facilities. So we're leaning against not allowing speed cameras on those loss 1 or loss 2 facilities based on the AshToware software that we use. Number 3, the ranking of the facility within the appropriate local government using crash rates. This is important because TLPA should justify why their focus is on the DOT routes instead of their own streets. So they want to see how our roads are ranking versus their locally owned roads. 4, a benefit cost.
Secretary,
Yes, sir.
I just want to thank
Yes,
you
sir.
because I know we tasked you with that and it's been a pretty quick turnaround. And the reason for our new commissioners is that we're getting requests from all over the state now that everybody wants speed cameras. And at this point, the only ones that have been granted speed cameras are the city of Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, and Rio Rancho. And we needed to come up with some kind of protocol so that to see if they qualify, because now everybody says, well, we need cameras, and we're here to look out for safety, but at the same time, we got to make sure that they're warranted. So thank you for that, Secretary.
No, absolutely, my pleasure, Chair. Two more items that we'll want to see on these warrants will be a benefit cost analysis showing the expected crash reduction resulting from the speed camera installation. And then lastly, I think it's a good idea that we require the locals to come back with us with an annual report that shows actual results in terms of speed reduction as well as crash reduction as justification for continued use of the speed camera. So with that, that'll be what our policy will entail, Mr. Chair, and looking forward to getting that in front of you all for approval in July. And if not, at least not approval in July, we'll at least give you all an informational item in July for approval in August. We want to have the policy ready for review by July. Next up, with the concerns that we've had regarding procurement, we as a DOT, we went through a procurement 101 class. Executive staff, a lot of our business managers, purchasing agents, those folks that are involved in POs and purchasing. This class was completed last Tuesday. It directly addressed the procurement issues that were identified by GSD. This class was tailored for NMDOT. We had over 125 participants, And I want to reiterate that the violations, that were identified by GSD, were not fraud, waste, or abuse, right? I think, I said that last commission meeting, and I wanted to kind of highlight that again. I think in some instances, it was an effort by staff to save the state money, or in other instances, we're just often going too quickly. Our staff is going too quickly at the direction of executive management to get things done, and inevitably steps are missed. So we're identifying those issues, rectifying those internal processes so that these don't happen again. And we're looking forward to getting our place with GSD and DFA back to where it was before. So. A couple of other items, few other items of note. Tomorrow night, we're having our annual ACEC Awards Gala. That is, we're having 2 projects that are showcased that got awards this year. The first one for the Grand Conceptor, which is the best overall project, will be the Williamsburg Interchange down in District 1. That was selected. And for the best transportation project of the year, the New Mexico 109 BNSF overpass in Jarales was selected this year for the awards. So very proud of the design team, the construction team on those 2 projects, and looking forward to getting those awards tomorrow night. Next week, as most of you are aware, we have our TransCon conference down in Las Cruces. It's from Tuesday through Friday. I'll be there speaking to kick off the conference next Tuesday afternoon. So looking forward to that. If any of you all commissioners are interested, I think I'm speaking around 2:00, I believe. Couple of more items. Cattle guard update. I know I promised an update again. So we're almost complete with the inventory of cattle guards that we maintain versus total cattle guards within our right-of-way. This will establish our baseline for cattle guard maintenance and the resource gap needed to maintain all of the cattle guards in our right-of-way. So we're still working on that. We're about 90% done in compiling the inventory. We just need to get it now we just need to do some data digestion and see exactly what we're looking at. So hopefully by next commission, I'll have a good idea of what the resource gap is for maintaining our cattle guards within the right-of-way.
Secretary, will that include in that report the fences too, that some of those that with the flooding get covered with the sand and
Mr. Chair, it's right now I'm just focusing on the cattle guard, but I'll get you some fencing information as well, hopefully by next month's meeting as well. But right now I just have the districts focus on our cattle guard inventory, but we'll get that as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We've also, license plate readers, we've been working with the Department of Public Safety, specifically New Mexico State Police, on streamlining the permit process for license plate readers within our right-of-way. In addition, we are discussing the possibilities of potentially including these license plate readers into our projects. However, it may not prove to be the most cost-effective when considering Buy America requirements and everything like that with our projects. So really, we're just working in Deputy Secretary Moabed is taking the lead with our legal to streamline that permitting process to make sure that we can get those license plate readers up in a timely manner. They're very important, obviously, that there was an incident last month in Albuquerque with the road rage incident, and if it wasn't for a license plate reader, the individual that was responsible wouldn't have been identified and apprehended. So we feel that that's a very important project for DPS, and we want to support them 100% on that. Lastly, we started a couple of weeks ago with early fire season coordination. We're beginning meetings with the appropriate agencies to get ahead of fire and monsoon season. Deputy Secretary Moabed is taking the lead on early coordination to deliver sand and sandbags throughout the state where they're going to be needed come monsoon season, so we're not reacting to those events. We're going to proactively get in front of those. We're coordinating also with the State Forestry and FHWA to approve appropriate messaging on our ITS message boards to prevent wildfires. So we're working to that end, and with that, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'll stand for questions.
I have two of them.
Yes, sir.
And I'll start off. I think this year we have to be extra vigilant on the mowing, because with all the fires, I think we need to stay on top of the mowing. We've already had a bunch of even some brush fires up in District 4 and some other little fires that we've been able to put out. And connected to that, I know that we're asked a lot of times to go in and assist with the fires. And I just want to make sure, and it's something that I had asked early on when I got on, is that the people that we're sending in to assist with the fires, that they're given the proper training for their safety, because fires, they can change at any time, and so that they're aware of what they're dealing with when they're out there. So that's a different type of training. And then my second thing is, and maybe you can answer, I've been getting a lot of phone calls from employees. And what happened is we went through that little thing where we just started to hire again. And a lot of these employees said that they had been picked for a position and they had waited 6, 8 months. And then now they're being told that those positions have to be re-advertised. And so they're gonna have to be, so we're losing people for waiting for so long. And do you know about why they're having to re-advertise them?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Yeah, typically when an action goes a certain length of time, SPO requires us to go ahead and re-advertise that position. And those delays obviously were a result of some of the, pause that we took last year in hiring due to budgetary constraints. But I can give a quick update on the status of 89 positions that we have gotten approval to fill, or we have the budget to fill. Of those, 39 positions are posted. That's 44%. 15 positions are at the interview stage. 10 positions have selected candidates, and then 16 positions still need Form 1 submitted. So those are probably the positions, again, that were, such a long time from the first advertisement to now. But our HR is reaching out to the programs to give those folks a push to get those 16 positions advertised as quickly as possible. So I think now, as we look at how long it takes to onboard a new employee, our timeline's reducing, which is good. And I'll have a better idea next month about exactly. I could probably give you how much we are reducing that time to get from interview to offer letter compared to previously. So we're moving towards that end as fast as we can. Yes, sir.
And is there some kind of like a hiccup between us and SPO, or are we working pretty much hand in hand and getting things processed quickly?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. No, we're working well with SPO. They're helping us a lot with our actions and making sure our priorities are going through as quickly as possible. So no delays on that end.
Okay, that's all I had.
Secretary, I do have a question. Secretary Quintana, that was one of my concerns. I looked at the vacancy report that was sent by Deputy Secretary Cooper yesterday, and if you look back at the Bloomfield Commission meeting, I think it was around 1:15. We're 3 months away from that. Every district, with the exception of one district, has grown in percent vacancies. We're anywhere from 10% to 20%. In my opinion, that's unacceptable. I mean, we're growing 2 to 3%. I mean, we need to figure out some kind of efficiency to get these positions filled, because we're following farther back in getting this done. I mean, we've had this issue since last fall, to where things were turned loose, but for some reason they're not turned loose. I don't know where the breakdown is, but we need to work on some kind of efficiency to get some of that done, because we got through the winter. Fortunately, we didn't have a very difficult winter. You can do things in the district to move staff around, and operationally you can make some changes there. But it gets to a point to where we're just inefficient in the way we do things. There's a thing that you guys have been sending out, highlighting patrols and different crews. Here recently, they sent out something on the Cuyamagué patrol regarding the Santuario, the work we did there. They showed 4 people in the Cuyamagué patrol. I I mean, I know that patrol is a lot larger patrol than that. So that tells me they've got 4 or 5, possibly 6 vacancies there. And that patrol takes care of US 285, major commute corridor from Espanola or from Taos even, all the way to Santa Fe. I mean, we need to figure out something to get these positions filled. Because what's happening is you're not filling positions and other people are resigning for various reasons or retiring, and it's just growing on us. So it needs to be a priority. We have the money, and we just need to see if we can get some of those positions filled. That's my concern.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner McElroy, that's my concern as well. And I think you hit the nail on the head where a lot of instances we're promoting from within, and so we're not really we're not shrinking the size of our vacancy rate, and we're losing people through retirement or what have you, through going to other agencies, and so that is definitely something that we're working to ensure that we can get ahead of. But yeah, I mean, I can't agree with you anymore. We need to make sure that we get these positions filled as filled as quickly as possible.
Secretary, we talk about recruitment and retention, and so we do the recruitment part, and then we get the retention is that once they get here, they work so that they can advance. And some of these positions have been held up, and they're not advancing, and they're getting frustrated, and then we're losing them. Some of them haven't been processed, so we're losing them, and we have a lot of good people that we're losing. And so that was why in my comment earlier, I don't know if we have to get with SPO or with GSD or what we got to do, but especially now that we're coming into the summer months, fence repair, we're doing pothole patching, we're doing mowing, we're doing all that stuff. And then we have all our construction projects that are going to be coming out, and so we need to make sure that it's all hands on board. So whatever you can do, and if you can keep us updated on that, would be appreciated.
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Chenoweth.
Thank you, Chairman Adams. I don't want to pile on necessarily, but I just really want to echo those remarks that the efficiencies I think that we have at the department are great. I feel like people are working really hard at the department and in HR. If there is a mechanism that isn't working well because we're having to re-advertise these positions after they've already had candidates in place that are waiting to be hired, and we're having to deal with some kind of a mechanical issue, and I don't mean like literally mechanical, but if it's like a bureaucratic issue that needs to be dealt with, I would love for this to be an example of why we need to have maybe more flexibility at SPO. I understand they have their own priorities and goals, and having to re-advertise is part of that because they don't want to be dinged for having old positions still sitting there. But if that is not working for the greater good, that is a great place to try to work at changing the system so that the greater good is served. I don't see how the greater good is served by not having these people that have applied, that are candidates that are worthy of hiring, that we need desperately, and having to go through the whole process all over again. I think we lose credibility. We're not just losing viable candidates for really good positions, we're losing credibility as a department. And to the extent that we can address that with SPO, for all of us to be working collaboratively together, I would really appreciate that. I don't want to say that we're not doing our job here at DOT, but I do think this is an opportunity to figure out how we can gain more efficiencies, as Commissioner McElroy was saying. Thank you.
Any other
Agreed.
comments from
Thank
fellow
you.
commissioners? With that, we appreciate you, Secretary.
Absolutely, my pleasure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It's a rough
Commissioners.
second meeting.
No, we have a big hole that we need to fill with staffing, and we're gonna make sure we get it done. And I'll ask Deputy Secretary Cooper to see if we can work with SPO and kind of maybe eliminate some of those mechanisms that Commissioner Chenoweth had mentioned, and see if we can't keep those, from having to re-advertise positions. Because to your point, that is, taking 2 steps back when we need to go forward. So,
Appreciate it. Thank you. If there's no other questions, Then we will move on to Mo.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mo.
Welcome, commissioners, brand new commissioner, Commissioner Tanner, and Commissioner Hicks. I worked with Commissioner Hicks in in 80s. She was in high school. I was still same age, but so so I've been around a long time.
Oh,
And
you aged good?
yeah, I have a good wife, so she takes care of me. And on the change orders, as you see it, we add the change orders that are over $100,000, and that we had 5 of them this month, and also we have some of the change orders that extends the time, and there are 3 of them that extends the time, and they're in the package, and the district engineers all know about this change orders. So if you have any questions, comments.
Fellow commissioners, is there any comments?
I do have a question on one of them, and then a general comment on this, on your setup, and I've been meaning to kind of make this comment before, but where you have change order description, I think somewhere in this spreadsheet, we need to show, or at least a general reason why we had that change order. Sometimes you can figure out why it's being done, like adjusting quantities and things like that towards the end of the job. I understand that. The change order I have a question on this month is roadway item regarding rock excavation. I think it was over $800,000. I guess it would have maybe the district engineer kind of, they can come up with explain the reason for it. To kind of figure out why that happened, but just kind of hear that.
But Commissioner McElroy, we will add that. I thought we did it this month, but I guess it didn't get done.
Yeah,
But we will
I
add
think
more explanation.
that would help a little bit.
Yeah. Thank you. Harold?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Yes, sir, Mr. Commissioner McElroy. That was on the Silver City project, Bayard, or Phase 1, 4-laning between Bayard and Deming. So we did require extra rock excavation on some of the rock face that was existing. There was before the project was over, there was some rock that was skating down, creating some hazards, potential hazards for future traffic. So we decided to get the contractor back out there and do a little more rock excavation. And then the other reason was the plans omitted. There was other areas that required rock excavation that were not in the plans.
Okay.
Commissioners? If not, Mo.
I want to just mention, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that last week we had a joint meeting with the project development engineers and also the project managers. It was a very good discussion. We want to thank Tisha Clark from the construction and Manuelito Maestas from design and Luke Smith. They put a heck of a job together. They brought everybody together, and these are the kind of projects we discussed about, and hopefully we'll see it as we go on. A lot of our change orders will drop, and with the constructability review that we have with our partners, contractors, we're hoping that we get a lot of our issues resolved before we go to bid. So,
You know what would be helpful, Mo? When you have these meetings and there's good information, good ideas coming out, that maybe you could put together just a short thing and send it out to us for information, because I mean, anything that's going to improve time, safety, I mean, we like to know about it. And these ideas, maybe we can help implement.
well, we
So-
love to. Commissioner, you're right, and we were gonna send that out because a lot of it, some of you might be even help us because 90% of our projects delays are the utilities. And we're trying to get them out of the way, but unfortunately, they don't move as fast as we want them to. So with that, like I said, we have our engineers diligently working to come up with ideas and meeting with the utilities company. And the right of way is pushing also too. The right of way bureau is really pushing the projects, but we're trying to cut down because the minimum time is 6 months to get right of way clear. So that's, you got to get ahead of it and get it done.
Thank you. Yeah, feel free to share any information that you feel we could help or that is useful or just informational that we can look at and we'd appreciate it.
No, we appreciate you all being really so committed to helping us because that's sometimes, I'm sorry, but you have to have some political move or push to get some of these projects done. Because we are Aggie engineers, so we're trying to help you guys, you know. And you know, there were two Aggie engineers were tearing down the barn, and another Aggie engineer was walking by. He said, "What are you guys doing?" He said, "We're gonna raise the barn, the door." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because a donkey, his ears are too long." So the guy says, "Well, why don't you just dig the ground? It's a lot easier and cheaper, faster. Just dig the ground so you can fit in." And he left. The other two are sitting there talking about it. They go, "His ears are long, not his legs." So we are trying to figure it out. Thank you.
Hey, you notice how he always uses the engineers from state? He never says anything about the engineers from the UNF. But that's all good. Thank you. Before we go on to the district updates, I saw a very important person walk in just now, and I want her to come up here, Rebecca. First of all, on behalf of the commission, we want to welcome you. More importantly, we want to thank you. Rebecca was a big part, very instrumental along with some of our staff in getting that $1.5 million bill passed. And I know you put a lot of work and effort into it, and you were there every day and you did what you needed to do. And you're a big supporter of transportation and of this commission, and you're and of many other areas. But on behalf of this commission, we appreciate you being here. More importantly, we appreciate your support, your work, and your effort, and we thank you.
Good morning, Commissioner and Commissioners and Mr. Chairman. That's so kind. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome. I'm sorry I came in a little late. Welcome to our two new commissioners. We're so excited to have a full house and to see you all here doing the good work of the DOT. Thank you for your words, Chairman. It's my pleasure to work alongside this agency to the benefit of transportation projects all across the state. So thank you very much. And for those who aren't familiar with me, I'm Senior Infrastructure Advisor in the Office of the Governor and work really closely with our Department of Transportation and other agencies across various infrastructure sectors. And it's always great to be able to be here with you at your commission meetings. Thank you.
Well, we consider you part of the DOT family, and that's a big thing because over here, once you're part of the family, you're a family for life. And we consider every employee that's here, that has been here, and that have gone on, that we consider them part of our family forever and ever. We work with each other each and every day more than what we do with that we see our own families. So we appreciate you, and like I said, you're always welcome here at any time. And thank you for taking time out to be here today because I know you have a very busy schedule. And take this back, and I want everybody to know that since I've been here, the governor has been more than supportive. I know she was very supportive and very helpful in getting that bill passed through. And she was working in the background along with some of our legislators. And I want to give a big shout out to her because she has made a big difference. And our employees have seen raises that they had never seen before, and we all appreciate that. And she's been good for transportation and for the state of New Mexico, so let her know.
I will do that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to start with our district reports. Oh, and before I forget, we have a meeting scheduled in Lovington next month. And I spoke with Francisco, I think, when was it, Tuesday, and we're moving it to Las Vegas. So he said, why? And I said, well, we're going to have 2 meetings in Las Vegas this year. But I'm just kidding. We'll be going to Lovington. Commissioner Hicks, we're going. We're taking off 3 days ahead of time. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with Aaron. You're there? Oh, hold on. Me? Okay.
We have the General Office Employee Recognition Program recipients.
Oh,
that are gonna
okay.
present.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see that. I when I saw all district updates, I started looking at the district, so I apologize.
No problem at all, Commissioner, Chairman. Hello, Chairman Adams, members of the Commission, Mr. Secretary. My name is Paul Sigurdsson. I'm a communications videographer, but also as part of my duties, I'm the chair of the ERP, the Employee Recognition Program, for the state and also for the General Assembly. In the last 5 years, we've not recognized publicly the employees from the general office. Often we do this at the regular commission meetings, which are held in the districts. We never obviously have anything in the commission. So I thought I would put together this year, get a little aggressive and put myself on the agenda to actually formally recognize the members of the general office that are our Employee of the Year, Supervisor of the Year, and the Team of the Year. I also have another special presentation for our statewide Crew of the Year that I'll do at the end. But I wanted to start off and just say that it's just an honor and thank you. And I want to thank the other chairs from the districts that also help out in this. So we'll start off.
Let me just tell you, this is the second meeting I see you in a tie, and I'm getting used to it, so you might as well start wearing one every day.
Well, hopefully I can come back. Our General Office and Employee of the Year is Mary Smith. She's Planning Division and Financial and Personnel Officer. She's also sort of responsible for the Alternative Workspace program in this area, designed for the D3 office space, and she actually designed a phenomenal space for us. So very much appreciated. Just as a side note, with Mary as being the chair, I'm aware Mary's actually been nominated 4 times, 3 times last year, already once this year. You're only eligible to win once in a year calendar from your first. So probably our most recognized person for nominations, but I have here.
I was hired in the planning division to run all of the finance and the accounting and administrative duties for the division. There are 3 bureaus, and we basically handle everything administrative for the entire planning division. I was shocked, I'll be honest, I was shocked. I firmly believe in coming in the building every day, greeting everyone, being a little cheerleader for the group. I think that if people ask me to do something, I'd like to think that I do what they ask. I will help anyone. I don't care what department you work for.
The planning division was under Jerry Valdez, the executive director. He was asked by the cabinet secretary
to locate alternative workspace for people in Albuquerque who work in Santa Fe but didn't want to commute every day, as an added incentive for employees to stay and, to give them something, a little flexibility in their schedules. So I kind of took that on. It's actually worked out very well. We have, I believe, 47 seats down here in Albuquerque. So you double that, you have roughly 94 spaces for people to work in an alternative workspace, and it works well. At DOT, I came in looking at it like this should be one agency DOT, one team. And that's my approach. I meet with the people who work under me, and I like to mentor them and help them in their accounting procedures so that things run more smoothly. And a lot of it here is reading comprehension. You know, pick up the contract, look at it, read it, understand it. Don't just take the invoice that is handed to you and just pay it. I make everyone stop. If you don't understand it, then don't pay it. Go back, ask questions, qualify it. That's kind of my approach. So that being said, yes, we have looked at a few contracts and we've saved several $100,000. To be recognized that people appreciate what I put into it. And I think that when people come into a building that looks nice and it's clean and it has a friendly atmosphere, your work product is 1,000% better. You have to have camaraderie. You have to have a team. And that doesn't mean just the team you work with. That means the agency as a whole. We spend 75% of our lives with the people we work with. We really do. So you should go there. You should enjoy it. Have some fun. You know, laugh once in a while. It's healthy. Yes, we do have some snack days, you know, down here in the Research Bureau. It's not that I don't think people should get their work done. I do. I am a stickler for getting the work done. I think you can go through the day and you can have conversations because people work better when they're relaxed. People work better when they're happy. And what makes people happier than the smell of brownies or cookies baking in the building? I mean, come on, let's be real there.
And those brownies are good, let me tell you.
Is she here?
She is here.
You got.
Just as a note, along with the video that received, which is probably the greatest gift ever, they do receive a letter from Secretary. They receive a certificate. They also receive a day off, and that's probably the best. And then the other thing that they receive, all winners that you've seen so far have received a vest. We'll be presenting one of those as well. But
if you would just stand up, on behalf of this, on behalf of this commission, we want to thank you for your efforts each and every day. And I've always said that there's a difference between coming to work and making a difference. And you exemplify that. We appreciate it. And that's why I say that at DOT, we have the best employees anywhere. And I'm going to say this because I've said it and I know it because I worked here. You're not here because of the salary. You're here because you love what you do. And if you're loving what you're doing, then that's a great thing. And that's why we appreciate so much our employees. So keep up the good work. Thank you. And you how many times have you been nominated? 4. I was here for 42 years and I wasn't nominated once. Maybe you could put me in. Thank you.
Our supervisor of the year is Randy Trujillo. He's the Research and Climate Bureau Chief. Randy's really known for his excellent management style. He's very much appreciated by his employees. He's also very well versed in how the state runs and is a great resource for making sure that everybody is dotted I's and crossed T's.
And then our plan is to get those documents out to the Research and Climate Bureau. We work with all DOT units, departments, work groups to identify needs that they may have for new product development, new materials, different studies that they may want to take into the field. And we then contract with universities to perform that research, and our team manages that research from beginning to end. Well, I was very surprised and very humbled by having the opportunity to be in this position. I have an amazing team, amazing group of employees and staff members. And, you know, we really try to work shoulder to shoulder with each other to try to accomplish our goals and get where we need to be. You know, the big benefit for me is being part of RAC. You know, over the course of my career, I've really learned that my role or leadership role is to give people the tools they need to succeed. Everybody has a talent, and it's our job to identify what those talents are and put them in positions to succeed based on those talents. while doing that, we provide opportunity for growth and to stretch them and for them to become better leaders and better teammates as we go through that process. The group that I'm surrounded by, the team that we built here, is very supportive of one another. And I saw the opportunity for us to grow even more. My ultimate goal with this bureau is to become a flagship organization across the nation in terms of research bureaus. Every state DOT has a research bureau. I want us to be the ones that people point to and say, man, those guys are doing good stuff. And I think we have the team to do that, and building on our successes and learning from what others are doing is going to help us get to that point. The legacy we leave behind is our staff. And, you know, what we're trying to do is build the leaders of tomorrow. Leaving your fingerprints on an organization and watching it grow and succeed is really what I'm excited about.
So Randy's here, and I have a certificate, I think, but also I'd like to actually mention Isabella Sharp, who's with Employee Engagement, and she's been really super helpful with the ERP program, getting merch and stuff like that for all our stuff. So I'll just run back to I just wanted you folks to see the
Yeah, if you can come up here.
Oh, you're gonna hide in mode.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Man, I'm bearing the lead.
Yeah. So
Wow,
there's
that's awesome.
Thank you, guys.
and they got to
Nice.
select color. So there we go.
On behalf of this commission, we want to thank you and commend you for a job well done, and we appreciate you being an employee and being part of our family here. And as I said, keep up the good work, and that's an accomplishment that, and more importantly, I'm glad that this program is still thriving and going strong, because there's been times where it's kind of dipped and it hasn't seemed, but the least we can do is recognize employees and let them know how much we appreciate them. And that word appreciate goes a long, long way. Sometimes it's not money, it's a thank you, just that feeling of appreciation. So thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner, Secretary. We do have an amazing team here, and happy to be part of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I do want to say, I believe you were the one when you were working with DOT that actually started this program altogether. That and the
No,
best
it
practice.
was started, but I was part of it.
Yeah.
And the one I started was the best practices.
That's
Yeah. So, and that one was a great program too, and it was recognizing employees for innovations and sharing ideas with everybody else.
Well, we did run into trouble. Originally, the funding for the program came from the Washington Convention.
I would apply for that.
Yeah, and in 2020 with COVID, that dried up. There was no more money. So it took us a couple of years to kind of figure out how we were going to finance this stuff. And I think the merchandise and stuff that we give out, like just as and I apologize to take a little bit more time, but each person of the month for all districts does receive a letter certificate and their choice of some merchandise, which again was through Izzy and that kind of stuff. So they have like that choice. From there, they are eligible to win the district-wide, and from the district winners, we select our statewide winners. So I think now that we've got a little bit more of the funding in place, and we're able to really, again, show, we've all said how important it is to value our employees, and I think this is a really good way for us to do that. And I think with some merch and some certificates and stuff, and a day off, I think I think we're doing a good job in honoring our employees. So I'll move on to our general office team of the year, and it's our Bridge Design Squad 5. They did a huge project down in the Lordsburg area, and we're really recognized for that. But in addition, the whole bridge design is one of those areas where they're Squad 5, but they're at the time there weren't that many squads, so these guys were really picking up the pieces and coming to the plate and working really hard to get stuff done. So
yeah, we love designing bridges. I mean, that's what we're here to do. I know personally, when I graduated from UNM, the degree in engineering, that was one of the things I wanted to do. And I think designing bridges is the best job you can have in engineering.
The challenge on this one was just trying to design something to fit.
A pretty typical week, we're going to be in the office maybe 4 out of 5 days. You know, it's going to be a combination of working on different projects. So, for example, this week, Robert and myself, we're trying to finish up calculations for the superstructure of a bridge that's going to replace that bridge in Lordsburg that got hit by a truck. At the same time, Jazz and Diana are working on drawing up details for that bridge. You know, somebody would do a calculation, somebody else would check it. We're all checking each other. And then on the drafting side, Ted and Jazz, they were drawing up different parts of the set, and then they would hand it over, check each other's work. We're kind of going back and forth between the calculation part and the plan set that's going to eventually go to the contractor. But I think this Lordsburg emergency repair really brought out the best in our team. I really enjoy working here, especially because we're really just being allowed to design.
These are the ones that Michael Lotto took.
I was, I think, out on vacation, and I came back and I saw something in my team's chat about Team of the Year. Everybody just appreciates the recognition, and it validates the hard work that they've put in this year and in the years leading up to this year.
So I have, each member will receive a certificate and a letter. I've got one. Please, guys stand up. And then, they already did receive their vest. We've been trying to get stuff out a little quicker than meetings, but again, just wanted to recognize them.
Well, on behalf of this commission, we want to thank you. We appreciate you. Continue your great work. And you've heard me say this before, is the employees we have here at DOT, when they're tasked with an assignment, they do whatever it takes to get it done. And one thing, and I can tell you this from experience, they don't look and say that's not in my job description. I can't be doing that because it doesn't say. What they do is they do whatever it takes. And so thank you for being part of the whatever it takes to get it done and being part of the team. Thank you.
So my final thing is actually another statewide award, and this comes our Patrol of the Year statewide is our D3 Courtesy Patrol. And of course, I think a lot of people from the area, especially this area, might recognize the big yellow trucks. And these guys go above and beyond, and they have an interesting thing about their patrol is that they are kind of the first contact with a lot of people on the roads. Many of the patrols are working hard in the work zones and stuff like that, but these guys are interacting with the public every day, so and doing just a great job. So.
Good morning. Good news, sir. Do you have a spare? The Courtesy Patrol Program, or also known as the Big Yellow Trucks, we patrol the interstate 25 and 40, a portion of Paseo del Norte, and our main function is to help whatever motorists are out there that need our assistance. After that, we help all law enforcement, first responders, securing the scene and making it safe for them to work. They know their job is important. What we do is very important to protect the patrols, the public, all law enforcement and first responder agencies. So these guys, they get a good feeling knowing that they do that. A lot of times people are scared, they're nervous, their nerves are rattled when they're stalled out or when they're just parked on the shoulder and they feel those cars and trucks going by. Good morning. How are you doing today? You're good. You got a spare? I can change it for you if you have a spare. Sometimes you get into some spots that are kind of scary, but they know how to deal with it.
So the right side of the truck's set up as your main toolbox side. We carry like 5 gallons of gas, 2 or 3 gallons of diesel. It's also on the right side is where all your tools are going to be. Everything's on the right side. The majority of the calls are all going to be on the right shoulder.
There you go. Cool. Have a blessed day.
I love to be out here helping the people. You get so many people that I always just so thankful. You get some of these older ladies that want to like give you hugs, they give you your prayers. Probably one of the coolest jobs I've ever had. And it's just a love for this job. I love helping people out, and just being outside is a lot better than just sitting in the office staring at a wall. You can see this is my office, and just the love. You get some of these people out here that are just thrilled with you pulling up to help them. Just giving the backup to the officers a lot of times. They'll come and say thank you or give you a thumbs up or a wave at you, just showing the respect, how much they appreciate you out here.
The job we do is basically the same thing every day. But like I say, changing tires, giving gas, or stopping. But each stop has its own story. Everybody has a story. Where they're going, where they're coming from. So talking to people is always interesting.
We are the Courtesy Patrol!
So obviously the Courtesy Patrol did win the D3 Team of the Year, and for that they'll receive their vests, their certificates, and things, which I think the vests have not been given out. I have Izzy with the vest, and then again a statewide award, like you saw last meeting for the new commissioners. Welcome. This is something that we started doing just this year, and so for Team of the Year, employee and supervisor, they all receive a road sign with their name, which they can hold on to and put up. Oh, could you guys stand up?
Stand up, yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
On behalf of the commission, we want to thank you. And I know that each and every day you're out there, you're risking your life because there's a lot of traffic out there, and that's where you're in the middle of it. And when you get down to assist somebody, you never know what the other traffic's doing. You know, it would be nice if we could get them some vests or caps that say Courtesy Patrol to identify themselves, you know, when they're approaching cars, because in today's world everybody's a little, you know, scared and skeptical, and if they had something to signify Courtesy Patrol when they see it, I think that would go a long way. You're doing a service that is greatly needed, and especially on these busy interstates and all the roads you work. So we can't give you enough thanks and appreciation, but hey, we get a day off and all this other stuff, and maybe we can get them something else. We can check with Mr. Brasher there and see, but thank you.
So with that, thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it, and thank you for allowing us to actually finally honor our
Hey,
general.
that's what these meetings are for them. This is their meeting, and if we can't take time out of our day to appreciate them, then we shouldn't be here.
Thank you. And thank you,
got it.
Tammy, for getting me on the agenda. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Tammy, why did you get them on? Just kidding. Great job, guys. We appreciate you. With that, I'm gonna go ahead and move on to District 1. And I'm gonna stretch my legs a little while I'll watch for that.
Chairman Adams, Commissioners, I'll give my my bi-monthly report for District 1. For the new commissioners, again, my name is Aaron Chavarria. I'm the district engineer for District 1. So District 1, we have 301 full-time employees. This year we had a total budget of 51.1 million. Currently we have 16 active projects, just under 300 million. We have a little over 5,000 miles, lane miles in our district. We do have 12 maintenance patrols, 4 construction crews, and 3 international border crossings. And we have 2 MPOs in District 1. These last couple of months, we didn't have any workplace incidents. We did have 113 permits, total permits. Here's a list of all the permits we had. Out of those, 113, we still have 65% pending approval or on those. A new development that we did come up was off I-10 at exit 102. Aquila, there's currently a truck stop there, a small restaurant, but they do want to expand and possibly realign that interchange. At least that's what they've initially discussed with us. So that's forthcoming. As far as equipment, we have just under 500 pieces of equipment. 13 of those are currently non-operational, to include the 4 dump trucks, 3 loaders, 1 transport, 1 blade, a tractor, and then 2 pickup trucks. Our maintenance, routine maintenance, these last couple of months, we did some, pothole repair, blade patch, chip seal, very little chip seal. We did start up again. We stopped in November, and we just started back up. We haven't done any fog sealing. We've been doing some mowing, guardrail, litter is really nonstop, and we've done some striping. So we have 1.2 million of routine maintenance operations going on. Our contract maintenance. I'll look you like that. I'll just beep. Our contract maintenance, we did complete quite a few, and then we have 2 ongoing. We have our litter pickup. We still have an open contract there, and then we are doing some sidewalk improvements down there at I-10 and University Avenue. Construction project updates. We do have quite a few, 16 ongoing projects. Most of these that you guys see that show SC, it stands for substantial completion. Most of these are going to be coming off this month, so our list will get really short the next time we have this meeting. Just a note, our second from the bottom there, E100 321, $83 million project. It's right there on New Mexico 213 by Chaparral, connecting to the Texas line. That one, contract started, but we did have to put it in full suspension because there are some utility conflicts that were supposed to get relocated before construction started, but they haven't. So currently that project is under full suspension. And then we have quite a few interstate rehab projects going on. If you drive between Las Cruces and Albuquerque or Socorro, so we do have quite a bit of a few projects going on there that we got redistribution money for. So our total active contract right now is just under 300 million. And then our accomplishments for District 1, we did have an employee get certified as a procurement officer. We've also done some procurement training at District. We call it a deep dive procurement training. Anybody that deals with purchasing or procuring, we require them to do this training. We did have 2 snowplows that were named by either an employee's child or somebody working there in District 1. So we did visit their schools. We took the trucks over there and just got some pictures with them. Some local partnerships and coordinations. We do continue our dust storm mitigation multi-agency meetings down at the Lordsburg Playa. We did have a coordination meeting with the City of Deming, Luna County, Village of Columbus in February. In March, we met with the City of Anthony, City of Sunland Park. We do have our quarterly border region stakeholders, Doña Ana County, Border Authority, City of Sunland Park. We did actually comms recorded, but they went to District 1 and they recorded a PSA for our National Work Zone awareness, which starts on Monday of next week. And then I did have the privilege of taking Commissioner McElroy on a trip, Santa Teresa area, saw Project Jupiter development. And then on another day, we went down to the northern part of the district in Mogollon. So that concludes my report for District 1. I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions from fellow commissioners?
Aaron, one question on New Mexico 213, full suspension. When do you think you'll be able to lift that and move forward and get them going? The utilities, most of them have their permits already, and we do have their tentative schedule. Right now, it looks like it might go into May, possibly June, based on those schedules. So we're hoping we can get started before then, but that's tentative is end of May, early June. What utilities are involved?
Most of the utilities that are involved are telecoms, fiber optics.
Were these utilities made aware during design or towards the end of design that these things need to be moved and when the project was going to be let?
Yes. The utilities were aware that they needed to relocate. We did have a notice to contractors for them to relocate before construction. They never did.
This brings up a point, and it was pointed out, I think before Deputy Secretary Mobit, with regard to some major utility issues that we're having as far as delaying major projects. I think we have one here in Albuquerque, Rio Bravo, kind of hit that last fall, and it's under suspension right now. That's a $120 million project. The project in 213 is a $90 million project. I mean, some way, and I know this has been an ongoing issue for the department for years, but some way we need to develop some kind of coordination or kind of a bulldog approach between the districts and between the general office or the consultants, that we just dog these utilities, every day. Every day, because we're letting projects, and we're having to spend projects because of this issue. We're going to run into, we've already run into claims issues with the contractors. But I mean, we need to get, a strong handle on this and just dog it from the technical support in the districts to the PDEs, to the project managers, anybody involved with that project, the consultants, you just have to dog these utilities because they're just going to drag their feet in a lot of cases. And I understand that you go to these meetings throughout a development of a project, and a lot of times these utilities show up with a different lead person at every meeting or every major meeting. But some way we have to figure out a way to hold their feet to the fire and just grind on them every day if we have to get this kind of stuff done, because it's just uncalled for. $200 million worth of projects that are sitting suspended, but, we probably could have avoided it. But, just my 2 cents, and just need to figure out a better way to coordinate that.
We actually have a cabinet secretary raising his hand to make a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner McElroy. No, I completely agree. We are actually under rulemaking right now for utility or right-of-way accommodation. And I believe I may have mentioned it at previous commission meetings in the past, but what I would like to do is the default be that these relocations actually become part of DOT contracts, construction contracts. We would like to get away from the utility owners doing the relocations on their own. In the past, there really hasn't been much of an appetite to go after them legally for not getting their utilities relocated and out of our way. But I think that's something that we need to consider, especially if we can give them an opt-out of incorporating their relocations into our projects. Then I think that would be really where, we would have a little bit more, I don't know if it's the political leverage or what have you, but we would have a little bit more ground to stand on. I mean, obviously we can sue them for delay claims and pass those on to them, but I think if we can show that we provided an opt-in for them to incorporate their work into our projects and they chose not to, and now they're delaying our project, well, then it makes a lot of sense for us to go ahead and hit them with those delay claims. So that's what we're working toward, and I'm hopeful that that'll resolve a lot of these issues that we're seeing out there in construction.
I have a question for you on that, Secretary. With regard to that, pardon me, Chair, you're also taking on the liability for making sure that the utilities are moved and reconnected properly and so forth. So what is the downside to that I can consider millions of dollars of liability?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, good question. I think really we already do that in a lot of instances, right? With especially urban projects, we work with locales to either relocate their water line, their sanitary sewer line, and incorporate that work in our project. So there's a good model that we have that we can fall back on to come up with the right agreements to get their design incorporated into our project, or if they'd like their own designer to do the work and then our consultant brings it in, merges it into our project, into our plans, we can do that. We're also going to work with them as far as identification of their preferred contractors to ensure that they are on our approved contractor list. And then obviously they will be the ones that will be determining all the necessary specifications, projects, specific special provisions, that kind of thing associated with their work.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
My pleasure.
Any other questions from fellow commissioners? With that, Aaron, thank you. And I just want to echo again, I've already told you this 2 or 3 times at three different meetings, that we really appreciated the tour when we went down to District 1 up in Sunland. And now I read about Project Jupiter and all that, and I get a better understanding of where it is. And there's a lot of infrastructure going up all over there, so we appreciate that. And I just want to let all the DEs know that I would appreciate if for the present commissioners and the commissioners that are coming in new, if you would make them aware of service awards, ribbon cuttings, all that good stuff, I don't know if some of the other districts have already had the service awards. I know District 4, we're having them tomorrow. So if you haven't had them, but just continue to keep them apprised of any event that you think that they should be at, and so they can be there to support you.
Yes, sir.
It's okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll move on now to Francisco.
Good morning, Chairman Adams, fellow commissioners. Francisco Sanchez to present on District 2's monthly report for February and March. So I won't go over the full overview of District 2, but just some highlights. We are the largest district per lane mile in the state, 7,750 lane miles. We don't have interstates, but we do have the most 4-lane highways in the state. Southeast New Mexico is rural in nature. Our bread and butter is ranching and extraction industries, which include oil and gas, potash mines. So we have a high percentage of commercial vehicles, and it's a challenge to maintain those 7,750 lane miles. The other thing I would like to highlight, we have over 249 million of active projects going on in Southeast New Mexico. We did have 3 work zone accidents this month. The previous reports, we didn't have any, but unfortunately, this report shows 3 accidents. One was on our contract maintenance project on 285, and then 2 on our one on US 380 and one on US 684 in downtown Clovis. The first 2 is kind of what we've been seeing in a lot of our projects. The queuing gets pretty long. In our pilot car operations, our flagger car, and we had some rear-end accidents on those first 2. The urban project was a cattle truck that unfortunately, when it turned on to Prince Street, the main road in Clovis, overturned. So luckily no injuries, but we did have those 3 accidents in our work zones in this report. Our permitting office is still doing an excellent job in processing within 30 days all our permits that are coming in. The last 3 reports, we've averaged over 90% processing within less than 30 days. So we had 206 total, where process 186 was just slightly over 90%. So that department continues to do an excellent job of serving the utility and the property owners with our permits. Just kind of our review. These are just our major activities that are highlighted in this report. Of course, litter is a constant program we have every month. That's what we did this month. Over 118,000. Started a lot of pothole patching. After the winter season. Starting our mowing program as we hit into this spring. A little bit of snow left up in the mountains, not much, and finally the other category highlighted here is guardrail. We don't contract our guardrail; everything's done in-house. So I always like to see this at a high level. Big pet peeve is driving around the district and seeing down guardrail, but we do a good job of getting back up as fast as we can. So hopefully you continue to see that number, in large quantities of linear feet.
Just a quick question. I think and I could be wrong, but I think all the districts this year had a savings on snow removal. Is that pretty safe to say? And so I'm wondering, because when we start our mowing and we were talking about fires and keeping up with it and everything, that it's an expense, it costs a lot. So that money can be put in towards the mowing now, right? And so that we're able to get it done. Okay.
Right here begins our summary of our active construction projects. I won't go into detail on every one, but do want to highlight the top 2 shown on this, where actually if it's physically complete, but in this report it's still substantially complete, of the 210-4490. This was a great project that realigned an intersection, brought in signalization. This intersection is the gateway intersection to the oil and gas industry on New Mexico 31 and US 285. Was a major safety concern, bad angle at a skew, and so we're happy to almost be completed with that one. The next project, the 210-4334, was let in December. We're getting ready to break ground. We just want to highlight it as a major project. That is downtown jail, a major project for District 2 on New Mexico 128. Next sheet, as you can see, we're starting to start our next round of construction projects. You see 0% on those 3. Those are really the new projects that are addressing some of the conditions the area of the village of Ruidoso and the surrounding areas had during the recent wildfires and floods. We're starting a drainage and gate and basket repair project on 532. That's the ski run road that goes up from Ruidoso up to the ski area. We're also doing a sidewalk and culvert project on US 70 to address all the sidewalks that were damaged during the flood. And the last project shown on this list is redistribution money we recently received, and this is a major rehab project on US 54. Well needed if you've driven that road. Really proud of our technical support staff. We really reestablished a shelf program in our district. This last page is kind of showing our projects that in the next couple months will be falling off this list, but they're getting close to completion. Right here, if you recall from the previous monthly reports, We really hadn't really got into our contract maintenance projects and our program. We were a little delayed this year, but as you can see now, we're hitting the ground running. Pretty much every contract maintenance project that's either within our MAG or legislative funding is now in construction. We have contractors actively on all these roads, a couple complete, but we do have now contractors actively working this month in every one of these routes pretty much. Major accomplishments. The first one means a lot to the district. You know, we talk about project closeout, but one evaluation tool that we like to evaluate in District 2 is really from substantially complete to physically complete. And so on control number 210, 2112, you know, during the closeout process, both the contractor and the project office have specific items that must be completed from the date of substantial completion before the project can be considered physically complete. So our Carrizosa office, the contractor successfully provided all required documentation within 16 days of substantial complete. This included final payrolls and LCP tracker, final payment confirmations in B2G Now, affidavits paid, EU briefings, release of surety, pit releases, post-construction plans, and final cross sections. So this 16-day achievement beat our previous record of 22. Before that, almost 2 years ago, it was 37, and we recently had this one that was 22. We really didn't think this was going to be broken, but I guess like the 4-minute mile, once it's done, they keep breaking it. So we're excited to see that record of District 2 broke. Of course, I highlighted the US 285-31 intersection. So, you know, that one's powered up, functioning as it's supposed to be. And so we're very proud of that intersection project completion. City of Jail, that other major project, $55 million investment in the City of Jail. Like I said, we're ready to break ground. We did have a big public meeting this month, well attended by the community. We really went through all the details of the traffic control, how it's going to be impacting the community. So it was good to see the City of Jail come out and ask a lot of questions to the department, the contractor, constructors, and our consultants that had designed the project. The final page, or almost final page, we're very active in outreach. You know, February, March, we went out either to the community, the high schools, or they came to the district. So those are some of the highlights of the outreach we did for District 2. Also work with ENMUR, our Community College of Roswell, with their Gear Up program. Those are future high school kids that are either going to go to the workforce or college, and we kind of told them about all the opportunities that District 2 or NMDOT has as a career. The final one, very proud of this accomplishment. District 2 Chip Seal Crew was named three-peat champion for the 2026 Chip Seal Quality Award. So we won that 3 years in a row. I know Chairman Adams, the trophy is now ours to keep.
Yeah. Hey, but the district has to buy the next one. No,
okay.
I'm just kidding. No. Hey, no, I'm just kidding. On behalf of the commission, we want to congratulate you because to do a three-peat, to do even a repeat is a very, very, it's a milestone. And so make sure you, on behalf of this commission, you let your Chip Seal crew know that that we congratulate them and that they deserve that. And just for the new commissioners, when I got on, I used to oversee the Chip Seal crew, and there was a guy, and Commissioner McElroy knew him. He was a Chip Seal foreman, and his name was Ray Lopez. So we created a traveling trophy on his behalf. He passed away years ago. And if you win it 3 years in a row, you get to keep the traveling trophy. So that's a milestone, and they keep in the trophy. So, Secretary, are you there? Secretary.
I am here. I'm here, Chair. Yes, sir.
Hey, we're gonna have to buy another traveling trophy. Put that on your list. So
Done and done.
So make sure you take them to the meeting in Lovington so we can recognize them, because again, that's a very good accomplishment. So Commissioner Hicks already has a notch in her belt there, so.
Yeah, for sure, we'll invite to the commission in Lovington and acknowledge that. Very proud. You know, District 2 hadn't received that award in a long time, or I can't remember if they even had received it. And then we go 3 times in a row. It's really special for me and the district, and of course, you know, I just have a little bit. They deserve all the credit. And the final page is just our picture of our team receiving the 3-time champion trophy and plaques at the Pavement Preservation Conference we had in March. And there's a picture of the intersection I described and the realignment and how well that came out, and it's functioning great. So we're really proud of that project.
Put that in your trophy case.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. So Chairman Adams, fellow commissioners.
Fellow commissioners, is there any questions?
I just want to welcome Commissioner Hicks. We've worked well in the past in other capacities, and I look forward to working with her in this commission.
Thank you, Francisco. We appreciate your work. And with that, we're going to move on to Isaac. I just have a quick question for you before you start, and it's probably in here, but I've been noticing, because I come to Albuquerque a lot, is you guys are fog sealing.
Yes, sir.
And I noticed the fog seal.
Yes, sir. We should have been done yesterday.
It's
with that
looking good.
project.
My wife asked me, that's new pavement, and I said, no, it's a fog seal.
It's fog seal.
Yeah.
Good morning, commissioners, Chairman Adams, commissioners. Welcome to District 3. My name is Isaac Chavez. I'm the Assistant District Engineer for Construction. I will be presenting on behalf of Mr. Paul Brasher this morning. District 3, as mentioned before, it is pretty unique. We have 210 employees. We are the smallest district. We have 3 active projects right now at $366 million. As far as lane miles, we're just over 2,000, so it's definitely one of the smaller ones of all 6. We have 4 construction crews, and what's unique about us, we do have the courtesy patrol, as you did see, did get the award for Crew of the Year. To get into the presentation, we did have 4 workplace incidents in February, 1 in March. All 5 of them were vehicle related. There was no injuries to report from those, and all 5 happened to be third party. Was the fault, so it was not on DOT. They're all good. As far as permits, the last 2 months, we had 51 in February and 118 in March, so things have progressed and picked up now with the warmer weather. As far as equipment, we have 38 pieces of equipment that are in need of repair that we're working on. Next slide. As far as maintenance, we have focused on a lot of things. Pothole repair has been big. The other 2 has been our litter pickup. That has increased significantly with contract litter, and also our litter patrol. That's a lot of our focus right now, dealing with that. Next page. Contract maintenance. These are projects that we have in the hopper that we're trying to get done immediately. I-25, milepost 235, 239. We'll be doing a thin overlay starting any day now. We'll try to get that knocked out before June so we can encumber the money on that project. So it has not started, but we will start on it soon. New Mexico 47, you see it up here twice. 2 process system that we got there. The first one on the top, it's a hot place and recycle. That's in Peralta, the village of Peralta. We'll be doing 5 miles of the in-place recycle. Then we'll come back and put a thin overlay on that in August, once we can have that crew available. We do have crack seal and micro surfacing on I-25 from milepost 174 to 180 going on this summer. And then as part of the centennial celebration, New Mexico 333 it's our musical road. We'll have a subcontractor come in. We've had it before where people drive on it, and it makes it plays. You can hear the song. We'll be doing that again come in spring. Have that be done. Yes, sir, it is. Yep. So that's coming. Moving on to the construction project update, and that's this where I come in. I know this a little bit better than the others. 442, the top project, New Mexico 14. It's been a substantial completion. We're trying to wrap that up, get to physical completion. But that's at where North 14 and New Mexico 536 meet. Control number 301, 1901. That's our Comanche Montgomery project. We're at 239 million on that. We're ongoing. Spent money and time. We are on pace and on time to complete that project. You've seen major milestones achieved. Last night, actually, we poured, I believe it was 550 yards on the deck for Montgomery to complete the eastbound portion of the bridge. Well, we still need to do the tie-ins, the approaches, but that was a major milestone last night to get to. I do want to mention that part of that project is, it says Comanche Montgomery, but we also did the Mafka Channel widening. There's the braided ramps, northbound, southbound, that you see going up right now.
Hey, Isaac, what's the estimated, since you're on time and on budget, what's the estimated?
Late spring, I think sorry.
Yeah, so it'll be late spring, next year?
Next year, yes.
Okay.
Moving on to A301001, that's our Rio Bravo project. As was mentioned earlier, that's on full suspension right now because of utilities. However, we've been mitigating some of those issues. So the contractor, the prime's on suspension. However, we still are working with the utilities, getting them moved. We had Water Authority move their line, I think last week. Thanks. I want to really send a shout out to our maintenance crew. Our maintenance has stepped in because of the suspension to the prime. We needed help from our maintenance crews to come and move some fences, move some walls, and pick up debris that was left that was from a tenant when we acquired right away. So major help just getting in, and so that way the Water Authority can do their work. So that is ongoing. We do look at September 20 this year to resume construction on that project. I do want to mention before on the Rio Bravo, we're talking about groundbreaking, possibly in September, do a groundbreaking ceremony for that project. This is a major project. Oh, one last thing. Monday night, we did have a request from the public to do a question and answer session. We did attend that, and it was really fruitful for the neighboring community. They wanted to know the progress of the Rio Bravo project. Some of the major accomplishments in the center is the New Mexico 14 roundabout I mentioned earlier. It's at substantial completion, trying to get to final completion. We are planning a ribbon cutting. We don't have a date yet, but we'll let you know when we come up with a date, especially with weather getting better up there in San Diego Crest. The Montgomery Bridge, we had during March, we had the girders placed. They are the longest precast girders in the state. We had those placed in March, and then last night actually poured the deck on it last night. Comanche Bridge, the actual bridge itself is complete. It's the tie-ins and some of the subsurface portion of Comanche Road that's getting buttoned up as we speak. Next slide. As far as partnerships, these are just a small list on the local partnerships of the meetings that we have with different agencies that we're reaching out to and coordinating on a bi-monthly basis. One thing I don't have on there is actual meetings with the secretary and some of the tribal governors that we've been meeting with the last few months, just making sure we're on, keeping up on projects with our neighboring tribal governments. and local mayors. We've been meeting with them as well, just making sure we're keeping up on projects. In the center there, the capital outlay reimbursement request and amounts paid. It's happy to report February it paid over 1.1 million. In March it went up to 8 million. We're anticipating April to be big as well, even probably bigger with our Los Lunas Boulevard project. That's not even considered in our program. It is a local project. It's over 100 million on that project. It's not even listed as part of our overall program. Courtesy patrol. I can't say enough what's unique about them. They do answer the call different hours a day. If you know somebody in Albuquerque, they probably ran into somebody and or needed assistance. They know them. So when that big yellow truck comes up behind them with the flashing lights, they know that we're taking care of them, keeping them safe. They did answer 447 total calls in February and 473 total calls in March. So they're always busy, and I mean that's why they left. They had to go answer calls today, just for that reason. I believe that concludes the monthly update for District 3.
I just wanted to comment that District 3 is different. It's a little unique from all the other districts. As far as I know, I think your district's the only one with a courtesy patrol.
Yes, sir.
And your district's the only one with a graffiti crew full-time, correct?
Yes, sir.
No, and that's not a bad thing, but what I'm saying is you do services that the other districts don't do on a regular basis. And the other districts do things that you guys don't do on a regular basis. But most of District 3's work is here on the interstate here, up on Paseo, and it's busy as to where we maintain on the other districts, a lot of rural areas and fencing and all that. And so you are a unique district, and we appreciate all the work you're doing. And it'll be nice when we're getting close to finishing that I-25 project.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any questions from fellow commissioners? Commissioner Chenoweth.
Thank you, Isaac. Always appreciate your updates. Since that Montgomery overpass is getting close to completion, do you have an ETA for when it'll open fully functional, or is that also in the spring of 27?
Fully functional for Montgomery itself. We'll be transferring moving traffic from the existing bridge onto the new bridge once we could do the tie-ins. So we'll still have to build up the tie-ins on the approaches. So I haven't looked at the schedule. I can get you time on that, but we will have to shift traffic and then demo the old existing bridge and then build the westbound bridge.
It's just so tantalizingly close. It looks
It is. It's
closer
very
to
close.
completion than it is.
Yes.
So thank you for that.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. And that brings up District 4. Welcome. I have a quick question for you already.
Yes, sir.
I think I noticed this morning, are we already herbiciding up in District 4?
Yes, I
thought I saw the
out this
herbicide truck, so
Yes.
that's good. That's good news, so we can, now that the weeds and everything are down and we can spray, so I just wanted to verify, because I saw it out early this morning as I drove in.
Yes, I saw too. So, Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. I'm here to present for February and March for District 4.
While you're getting there, I just want to let the two commissioners that just came on is that every other month we do these reports, and that way we take our time with them. And then when we go to the districts, we just do the district report.
So District 4, we're in the northeast corner of the state. We do border Colorado, Oklahoma, and Texas. Currently, we have 315 employees. We have 51 vacancies right now, so it's about 15%. I have seen the vacancies; they're starting to move in our district. I've been signing Form 1s and signing off on new hires, so hopefully we'll get that number down real soon. Our fiscal year 26 budget is about 44 million. We consist of 7 counties. We have 3,100 centerline miles. We have 1,100 interstate lane miles. We have 4 U.S. routes, U.S. 54, U.S. 56, U.S. 84, and U.S. 6487, and we have 6 rest areas. In the last 2 months, we had 0 work zone incidents, which is good. As far as permitting in District 4, roadway work permits, we had 36. We've completed most of those. We're working on 1 special event permit. Telecommunication permits, we received 24. We're still lacking completing 4 of those. Access permits, we completed 2 of those. Utility permits, we received 10, and we've completed 7. And fencing agreements, we've received 2 that we're still working on. As far as equipment in District 4, we have over 1,400 total pieces of equipment. As far as major equipment, we have 408 pieces, and right now there's 21 that are not operational that are being worked on. So our maintenance operations within the last 2 months, the major item that we worked on was pothole and blade patching. We're at $420,000 for the last. That's a lot of patching. We still did a little bit of mowing, about $112,000 worth. I think we're pretty much caught up with mowing, but we'll be starting up again once we get some rain. The weeds start growing again. We have had a lot of fires in our district, so hopefully it'll help. But it seems like I don't know, people are dragging chains or doing different stuff, throwing cigarettes out because they're starting right off our roadways. You'll drive through our district and you'll see spots that are black, but we can't control people's behaviors out there. So all these items here, you can see we maintain 679 signs at a total of 123,000. Snow and ice removal, we did $131,000 worth. Usually at this time we're in the millions. We're $1 or $2 million in, so we haven't had much snow or ice this year. Which, Chairman, you are correct. We have saved on fill supplies. We've also saved on overtime budget and equipment and repair, because usually by this time our plows are pretty beat up and they're needing to be repaired. So the only good thing about a dry winter is that our equipment gets saved and the roads don't get beat up so much. That's the only good thing about a dry winter. But we also had some litter pickup, $79,000 worth.
Let me ask something. Are all the I know all the districts are different when it comes to litter pickup. We contract out, right?
Yes.
And some of the districts are using or working with the inmate program. And so how many of you are in the inmate program? 1, 2, 3, and then the other 3 are contract? Okay. Yes. And it's working? Okay. Okay.
We have a crew that one of our employees oversees through a hiring agency. They have about 8 employees, so we take them out anywhere. There's also a price agreement that a contractor comes and does all the work. And then our guys are always picking up, especially on the interstate. We're having to pick up rubber every day from all the blowouts. So from these 8 categories, we had 1.3 million, but total in maintenance operations for the last 2 months, we're at about $2.4 million. Contract maintenance, we had a project, New Mexico 231 we completed, that's in the Ragland area. There's a milling overlay. We also completed a Nova chip on New Mexico 104, and we have a couple of projects coming up. One's on New Mexico 402 chip sealing, we'll be doing this spring, and we have another project we completed on I-40 with Mountain States, mill and inlay. We have a project coming up, a recycle millings overlay on New Mexico 34. It's going to be brazier, that's Romesa. We'll start that here soon. We completed Cutler, hot in situ scarification on US 84. That's south of Santa Rosa. We completed that last year. And we have a project on New Mexico 63 there by Pecos, between I-25 and Pecos, hot in place recycling by dust straw. We'll be starting that now in the spring. And we also completed last year projects on New Mexico 434 and I-25. And our striping operations are always ongoing. We have a yearly budget of $1.5 million for striping. Construction projects, we have one that's physically complete. This is New Mexico 39, that's near Logan. It's Fisher Sand and Gravel. We have another completed project, it's 104. There's some bridge work by Hassie. We have a project ongoing right now. It's the third phase of Raton Pass, Fisher Sand and Gravel. They're getting close to completing that. It's looking really good. We have a project that's on suspension right now, US 64, on Angel Fire, near Angel Fire. That's the Palo Flechado area. That project is getting close also to be completed. Some additional projects, we have I-40, Mountain States, physically complete. Fisher Sand and Gravel, New Mexico 434, that's Coyote Creek Canyon, that's phase 3. They'll be getting back to work here soon. It's under partial suspension. Looks like they're a little behind on their money, but they have some major items coming up that they should complete. New Mexico 104 Albuquerque asphalt, it's substantially complete. And we have a bridge replacement on New Mexico 63 also with F&F construction that's on partial suspension at this time. And we have a project coming up in Springer, it's the North Springer interchange. It's a replace, we're going to replace the bridge. AUI is going to be doing that one. It should be starting up here soon. So some of our achievements and local partnerships. So last month, well, for the year, David Salas, he works in our IT section. He was recognized as the District 4 Employee of the Year. David Nava, who is the Tucumcari Patrol Supervisor, was recognized as the District 4 Supervisor of the Year, and the Raton Patrol was recognized as District 4 Team of the Year. And we will be recognizing these employees in the July commission meeting hosted in Vegas. Also for February, we had Luis Najera was recognized as Employee of the Month. Chris Udioste was the Supervisor of the Month, and Human Resource was recognized as Team of the Month. Also, our chip seal crew, we got runner-up. We got second place to Francisco at the chip seal conference. So we're coming for that cup next year.
You hear what he said?
Well, I didn't hear it.
Huh?
I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, but you didn't take first.
One little thing we did have that the employees all participated in, we held a Super Bowl potluck in February. And our construction crew, our construction section actually participated in the annual road warrior competition in Milan recently. Local partnerships, we have a lot of local partnerships, but some of them that I'm going to highlight is our maintenance staff. We presented at the Armijo Elementary School. Quite often we go to these elementaries and we take equipment and we show the kids the equipment, and they have a good time. They take pictures and ask a lot of questions. We had our monthly NERPO meeting that we participated in. We discussed with all the local entities in our district the completion of LGRF and TPF applications. We met with PECOS, and we also have meetings with almost monthly or bi-monthly meetings with the City of Las Vegas and San Miguel County. I know the chairman, you attend those also. We have those bi-monthly. And we also went out to Quake County and we did a site visit with them to review some of their bridges on Route 66 recently. That's some of the partnerships we have. But with that, I think that completes my presentation. If you have any questions.
I just wanted to say that I wanted to give a shout out to District 4 on, we were recognized by the County Commission, San Miguel County Commission on, was it Tuesday?
Yes.
With plaques and everything for partnerships. That's a key word here, is partnerships. And we've partnered with the city, we've partnered with the county, with other entities, And we're having a monthly meeting, which you mentioned, and I've been attending those meetings. And what happened is that the local police department, the mayor, the county commission chairman, everybody wanted to share their ideas on what they're doing, and we're sharing our ideas, what they're doing, and we're coming up with ways to make things safer and through them and through us. So it's a partnership that we're working, and those meetings have been very, very, not only informational, but they've been very, very
Productive.
productive, yes. So shout out for that. And I want to get Secretary Quintana up there at our next one, so if you can let him know when our next one is.
Okay, I will.
Any questions from fellow commissioners?
Well, thank you.
If not, thank you. Now we'll go on to, you've been waiting. Come on down. No, you do great.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Actually, before I get started in the presentation, one of the things that I just kind of wanted to mention is I know that District 4 had a staff member lost that to a house fire, and shortly after, at the end of the month, we actually had, we didn't lose them, but we have a staff member that's in our trucking crew that had a house fire. He has a long road to recovery. He's at UNM, but I just wanted to mention that and just keep him in your thoughts and prayers.
So let him know, and so that you know that we do have him in our prayers and thoughts.
I will. Okay, good morning. My name is Rhonda Lopez. I am the District 5 engineer. I will, I guess go ahead and here's just kind of a bit of an overview of District 5. I won't go through everything. District 5 does encompass 6 different counties. We're in the northwest part of New Mexico. The district works closely with 10 tribal governments, 17 local government entities in order to meet our transportation goals. Workplace incidents. So I kind of did, this is kind of a compilation. It was like February and March information. Some of it's combined, some of it is separate. As far as vehicle, workplace incidents, we did have 2 vehicle accidents in March. Though one of our state vehicles was rear-ended by a third-party vehicle when they were performing litter pickup on New Mexico 14. The third-party vehicle was cited for the accident. There was minor damage to the state vehicle, and the third party they were cited. Second incident that we had was an employee was transporting a trailer back to Bloomfield Patrol and was on New Mexico 550, and they were also rear-ended by a third-party vehicle that was exiting a Family Dollar. The third-party vehicle was also cited for the incident, and there were no injuries, thank goodness, on either of those. Equipment, the district has a total of 1,020 pieces of equipment. When we kind of took this snapshot for the presentation, the number that was operational was 983, so we had 37 pieces of equipment that were non-operational, like at vendors or in the shop or something like that at the time. And then there's just some notes on like the breakdown of the heavy equipment versus mid-size units. Access permits, this I kind of separated out into how many we had in February and March. We had a total of access permits that were requested in February, all of how many were approved, and then how many we had pending at the end of the month. For our access permits, our telecom, utility, special events and roadway work permits. Down at the very bottom, I asked them to kind of give us what the major projects that we have ongoing. This one has kind of been out there for a while, is New Mexico 502, where we have a lot of coordination with the BLM San Ildefonso Pueblo, the Bureau of Reclamation, Santa Clara Pueblo, and also Santa Fe County. And then we also have a project work that's being done on New Mexico 516 with coordination with San Juan County and Comcast. And I do want to note, I think probably similar to most of the other districts, you know, especially with the utility permits, I know sometimes we, you know, have a lot of coordination going back and forth with the applicants regarding the documentation that's needed. And then I know we have very limited staff at the district. We actually have one utility permit agent to process all of these utility permits. And we do have one augmentation staff member that helps, and then our traffic engineer, but he's also busy trying to do all the other traffic engineer duties along with trying to help
Along the permits, just to give the district, the Ds a heads up. And it's a very sensitive issue. But we've asked legal to look into because there's more and more. And some areas are experiencing it more than others. But we're looking at the descansos. And some of them are getting very big. They're on our right of way. And so we don't have, as of right now, and I've checked with legal, we don't have anything in place that specifies what they can and can't put up. But I think that as we're moving forward, we want to explore, and eventually I think what's gonna happen is that once we come up with the specs, they're gonna have to go apply for a permit. And then the district would approve it. And so we're headed that way. And like I said, it's a very sensitive issue, and we're very respectful of that. But at the same time, we have to make sure that, you know, that it's within what we're allowing.
Correct. Yes, Chairman. I know we have weekly executive staff meetings, and that was a topic here recently that we discussed. And you're right. I think it's a nice tribute and memorial for people, but some of them have gotten rather large and elaborate that could actually pose safety concerns for the traveling public. Okay, maintenance operations. I broke this out February and March. Just for those that don't know, so the maintenance operations is really items that are performed completely by like district maintenance staff. And so we actually have several, but this is just kind of a summary of like the higher level, like what we spent a little bit more time and effort on in the month of February. Snow removal, of course, everybody knows we didn't have a really heavy winter, and so that we had, you know, we spent about $406,000 for that. We've done a lot of emergency repairs and cleanup, hand patching for pothole patching. We've had some drainage structure cleaning, some efforts in mowing, and then we've done our litter pickup and then contract litter pickups also included in here. Maintaining signs, guardrails, and fencing in the month of February. And then here are the items. Yes. What is it, pass miles? PM, I think, is pass miles.
Oh, it's past miles, okay.
Yes. And so again, for March, we had like 2,147 pass miles of snow removal, which was a lot less than in February. Emergency, again, hand patching. A couple of other items that weren't in February that we kind of did in March was like grading unpaved roads and reshaping unpaved shoulders, and erosion repair. That we had, again, several more potholes, litter, guardrail, and fence maintenance through March. Now the contract maintenance, that is work that we will hire typically, for those that don't know that are in attendance, where we will, our staff at the district maintenance will coordinate it, but a lot of the work is actually done more by like a hired contractor. So for contract maintenance, because we are in a colder climate, we usually don't have a lot of contract maintenance in February and March. So when I give this presentation in a couple months, you'll see this will actually, this list will definitely grow. We had just one project that we did and completed in March. That was on New Mexico 574. It was a mill and inlay that was done by Albuquerque Asphalt for a little less than 500,000, and it was, I think, probably started and completed in March. I think they did it within like 2 or 3 weeks. And then of course we have ongoing striping and guardrail that we do when, especially for the striping, when it's meets any temperature sensitive requirements. Construction projects, a lot of these, we've got several that are still active. We've got the ramps. The first one is we're doing the ramps on I-40 to the Rattlesnake Rest area, which is a whole separate project, and that's actually almost done. I think we're just waiting for the temperatures to get a little bit warmer to do the OGFC. And then the second, we have several projects that are substantially complete that you can see, like that second and the fourth one are complete. We're just trying to work through the project closure process. I guess let's go to the next one. Actually, wait, go back, sorry. The last one, the 510 1174, that's one of our larger projects in our corridor on US 64. That is what I think our third phase that we have that's currently under construction. And that's kind of been actively moving forward. I know they're in the process of like working on the bridges and stuff that, or waiting for girders to do some bridge work coming up here pretty soon. We are also doing a project because they have such a large load with the Montgomery Comanche project. We are helping manage a District 3 project. So that's moving along. AUI actually happens to have that on New Mexico 22. And then you can see we have 4 more projects listed that are all under substantial completion. We're just in the process of trying to like finalize any pending change orders or any of the closeout paperwork. Again, 2 more that are substantially complete. I know you'll note that there are a few that do have some percent money and percent time issues that are being resolved with some of those final change orders. And then you can see on these last 2 projects, these are new projects that we have just started that are getting ready. Like that very last one, I think they actually just broke ground and started doing like some grading and stuff last week. So this, of course, and then we have like a couple more projects that will be on this report here coming up. Challenges, just a couple of items that had kind of come up here over the last couple months, definitely not limited to, but I think I kind of alluded, I think on one of the maintenance things was we had a lot more of like erosion and issues. There's a project up in like the Bloomfield area where we've had some definite ongoing issues. It's New Mexico 57. And so the district has gone out and there was a lot of drainage issues, so you can kind of see where they went in. There was a truck that kind of went off the side there, and then there's the after where we went in and we kind of filled that area in and we've been grading. It's kind of a dirt road that had like a weird treatment in the first 6 miles that we're also currently trying to address. And then actually I think we might be looking at doing a road transfer with San Juan County here in the future, but we want to get it in a good maintainable condition before we actually transfer it over to them. And then on US 550 at New Mexico 106, there was a crash and emergency response. Unfortunately, I think this person, I think it could have resulted in fatality, but I just want to, our maintenance staff will be out there doing whatever their normal day duties are, and then something like this will happen, and a lot of times they end up getting called in and helping like set up the traffic control and stuff like that, which you know, they're always out there a lot of times, sometimes even before the first responders are, because we tend to be closer. It is, I think it's like north, really. Accomplishments, we did some pothole patching on I-40. As anybody knows, with all the truck traffic and stuff like that, it's definitely, you know, even just going out and doing something simple as a pothole patch can be very dangerous, and needs to be kind of done quickly but very safely. We also had a couple of, we did a trash pickup. I guess that we do it twice a year with our patrols up in that area. We'll join it with San Juan County, and they'll do like a litter pickup, I think like maybe in the fall and the springtime. And so we did that, I want to say it was in March. We had a Sweeney, which is a school in Santa Fe, that had a Head Start Touch a Truck event. So I always like seeing that because I always see it as future DOT employees. And then Gear Up students, it was some high school students that visited the Mountain Air Patrol Yard, so they could actually kind of see what we do, and again, hopefully future DOT employees. And then here's kind of just a list of, again, some of our local partnerships and coordination that we do. I mean, this isn't even all-inclusive, but this is just some of the stuff, and I'll just kind of touch on a few things. I know we've been working really closely with Navajo Nation and Navajo DOT to facilitate an intra-governmental agreement on for a construction project that's a signal project. We actually just got that agreement executed, so that project will actually be letting in July. We are also have been working closely with Santa Clara Pueblo and the city of Espanola regarding the Oñate Bridge project. Construction has been ongoing. We are very close to finishing up, and we will be looking at reopening the bridge to traffic. I don't want to quite give a date, but it's going to be probably in the early May timeframe. Community meeting in Shiprock, kind of about halfway down. We had several, just because of all the corridors and projects that we have going on in that area. I worked with Representative Hernandez, and we had a community meeting there in Shiprock to kind of go over all of the projects that we've done, the projects that are currently under construction, and then the projects that we kind of have in the planning years, just to kind of give the community a good idea of what's going on in their community. It was well attended. It was on a Friday after, like late afternoon, and it was well attended, and we got, I felt like a lot of really good feedback from the community members. And then I know, and then we also have the chip seal conference. When it's done once a year, it kind of rotates with the districts that host it, and so we helped host it this year, even though we didn't win, but we helped organize and host it with a lot of help from the staff at the general office too. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
I just want to say that we have the official name is for our equipment. What I don't want the equipment rodeo that's coming up. So I think each district is already getting to that point where you're already planning them, correct? So again, I would ask you to reach out to your commissioners and let them know, because I think that would be a great opportunity for them to see it and be part of it, and again, more importantly, support it. And so let them know. And I saw a lot of, coming up here this morning, I saw a lot of patching going on there by Glorieta and those areas, which is good, because I travel there between here and Albuquerque a lot, so it was looking good.
Okay.
So let your district know that they're doing a good job, and is there any questions from fellow commissioners? You got that?
Just one question.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
You have a brief update on the bridge railing issue at the Gorge Bridge?
Yes, it's currently under construction. We are looking at, we have a timeline of trying to have it let in July. Right now, we do have a public meeting that is planned for May the 7th in Taos. We've actually had a couple of meetings this week, very specific to constructability, because the concerns that we have are we don't want to put, or we really can't put concrete wall barrier over the bridge because of the weights. And so we actually utilized a new Mo had talked about this a while back, a new process where we're asking contractors to come and provide us information when we're doing design. So we actually had 2 contractors come earlier this week, and it was actually extremely beneficial process. Because they gave us a lot of things to kind of think about, and specifically about the timing, because we've been thinking about trying to do it almost like an assembly line where maybe we hold traffic, put up a panel, and then release traffic, but the timing of that versus just closing the bridge down, but we're not quite sure. Like the detour will be about 50 some miles. So we're trying to figure it out, but with knowing that we've got our deadline is coming up here in July to get this let. And does that answer?
Yes.
Any other questions from fellow commissioners? With that, Rhonda, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Lisa. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, members of commission, my name is Lisa Vega. I'm the District 6 engineer. District 6 is in the western portion of the state, and we have 247 employees, full-time employees. Currently, we're at a 12.15% vacancy rate, which is about 30 positions. Our budget for fiscal year 26 is just under $25 million. We have 22 local governments, 7 tribal governments that we work with. We have a total of 3,467 lane miles. We have 4 project offices, 12 maintenance patrols, 4 maintenance district crews, and 2 rest areas. As far as workplace incidents, we've had 3 in February and 1 in March, and these were all workplace injuries, personal injuries of our employees. We for access permits, we have right now for driveway, we have 1 requested, and that is in the process of being processed. For special events, we have 4, 1 being completed. Utility, we have 29 with 4 being completed. And for work permits, we have 12 requested with 6 being completely processed. As far as equipment, we have 898 total pieces of equipment with 69 needing to be repaired. And as far as our needs, we have a need of 5 mechanic trucks and 1 mower with a broom. For our maintenance operations, for litter pickup, we have had a total quantity of 11,000 trash bags at a cost of $152,000. For pothole patching, which our crews are working very hard on right now, we have a total quantity of 285 cubic yards at a cost of $201,000. Blade patching, 606 cubic yards at $90,000. For mowing, we have a total quantity of 81 pass miles at a cost of just under $6,000. Chip seal, as we're just going to be getting started with our chip seal season now coming in. This month we'll have a pre-construction with our chip seal season starting in May, but right now we're showing 11 lane miles at a cost of $4,000. And for guardrail maintenance and repair, 470 man hours and 400 linear feet respectively at a cost of $35,000 and $27,000. Snow removal, again, like with everybody else, we've had some snowstorms, just not normally what we usually get. So we have a quantity of 956 pass miles at a cost of about $238,000.
Just a quick question on the
Yes.
guardrail. Everywhere I'm traveling in all the districts, there is a lot of guardrail damage. I mean, they're getting hit left and right. And are we, I guess my question, are we getting back our money from, well, I know a lot of it goes unreported because they hit it at night and they take off and nobody knows, but are we recovering some of the cost of?
So there is a process that we do recover from if it's known who hit the guardrail, but that money doesn't come back to the state road
It
fund.
goes into the general fund, right?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, because it's becoming more and more everywhere. I've gone through different districts. There's guardrail busted up everywhere.
Yes, and as soon as we fix it, some areas
Yeah.
they'll get hit again within a week.
And the other thing is getting hit is the cable barrier too.
Yes.
You see that, if it saves a life, it's worth it, but there's just been a lot of damage lately. So, thank you.
Sure. For contract maintenance, for fiscal year 26, we have most of our projects completed with just two of them, one on New Mexico 4 and one on US 60, that we will be starting once weather is a little more warmer. And then again, the last project that are on US 491, with a lot of the fencing questions that we had come up in Bloomfield, we actually reallocated some monies that we had for another project and made a fencing project here just to address some of the issues, at least a start. So we will be starting that in the spring as well. And then for our construction projects, we do have a lot of construction projects ongoing right now. Some of them are still in suspension as, we're starting to now get into warmer weather. Most of these projects will be starting now in mid-April or even in May, depending on their location. We have a few that are completed. We have the one on New Mexico 126 that has been completed, as well as let's see, the one on I-40 at milepost 44 has also been completed, and our project on New Mexico 566 has been completed, and the rest of them are still under construction. And as I stated, some are just beginning, coming out of winter suspension. And then as far as accomplishments, this is just a small list of things that have been going on in our district. Our maintenance crews have completed a project on New Mexico 435, which included installing weirs and redirecting a channel to improve bank protection and reduce erosion. And this was a very big deal because there is a threatened and endangered species within this stream, as well as some wetlands and things that we needed to be careful of. So we've been working very closely with our environmental section to get that work completed. Our bridge crew and Gallup Patrol completed a temporary working platform that was needed for our geotechnical team to perform exploration on one of our upcoming construction projects. So this is a really good project to showcase how well we work very closely with our design teams to get some of these projects moving forward. And then the Road Warriors competition is something that's similar to the Equipment Rodeo, but for our construction side. And we had that competition come back. I think the last time it was done was in 2015, so that was brought back. And District 6, I'm proud to say, was the winners of that competition. And we've had 5 new hires and 3 promotions. Some of our local partnerships and coordination. Again, this is a small list of all the things that is going on in District 6. We've had quarterly meetings with the City of Grants, Village of Milan, Pueblo of Acoma, Laguna, and Catron County. Yambato kickoff meeting with BNSF and Navajo DOT. We've met with our Navajo Nation delegates to discuss local transportation projects and initiatives. We've had a US 550 and ZIA access safety study. So we also had a kickoff meeting with the Pueblo of Zia. Also, the Pueblo of Zia is working on getting some flashing beacons placed for their fire station. And what that will encompass is once the fire trucks are leaving and getting onto US 550, the flashing beacons will come on to warn travelers that the trucks are coming out and just to be aware of them. We're meeting with the City of Gallup to discuss the Allison Corridor. We've met with our other local entities and our acting cabinet secretary to discuss concerns, and we will continue to work with all of our local and tribal entities on any issues that they have. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Lisa. And is there any questions from fellow commissioners? With that, we thank you, and I want to commend all the Ds because the reports are very informational, but they're compact. And I think, you know, we came up with the concept and then you guys designed it and it's working out. So thank you guys very much. Okay. With that, we have a guy that's sitting there. His name's Steven Montoya, and he's been anxiously awaiting to come up here and give us the financial audit report along with Mallory. And I will encourage commissioners, we will continue. I was going to get a 5-minute break, but I think we'll continue. And if you need to get up and stretch or whatever, you know. So with that, Mallory.
Right. Chairman, Commissioners, good morning. Before I introduce our DW, I want to introduce Jeremy Hernandez. If he could please stand up. He is the new Chief Financial Officer. Well, he's been with us how many months? Like almost a year. So you guys haven't met him yet. So this was his first engagement on our audit with REDW. And so without him, the department wouldn't have been as successful as we were, along with Becky Valencia. Becky's been with the department for about 24 years, 22 years. And then I also just want to give a good shout out to Jeremy Romero and Alan Roybal from Romero and Weiner. They are a contractor CPA firm that helps us get through our audit. So with that, Mr. Montoya, if you want to come up.
And I sat in on the audit. It was back in December. It was, yeah, somewhere in there. So.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mallory. Thank you, Chair and Commission, Commissioners, and also Secretary Quintana. Yeah, I'm here today to present the audit results for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2025 for the department. Thank you. So the purpose of this meeting is to present our audit reports at a meeting held in accordance with the Open Meetings Act. We've already issued the reports, and we've had our exit conference that we do at the end of the audit. And this one is to present it in accordance with the Open Meetings Act for the public. So the scope of our audits for fiscal year 2025 includes both the financial statement audit and also the federal single audit, which is the compliance audit. The financial statement audit, and we can maybe go on to the next slide here, because this will kind of give our next, what our audits are conducted. They're conducted in accordance with all of the professional standards, the U.S. generally accepted auditing standards, government auditing standards, uniform guidance, which is the federal requirements, and then the New Mexico State audit rule. As I mentioned, is that our audits are complete for year ended June 30th, 2025. Just want to go over the audit objectives real quick. So the objectives of our audit is to obtain reasonable but not absolute assurance. So we're not looking at 100% of the transactions. We'd probably still be here today looking at transactions if that was the case. So we take a risk-based approach to our audit. We go and do planning procedures, look at analytics, look at the internal controls over financial reporting. And with that initial plan, then we develop our audit plan for the year. So we're, again, it's a high level of assurance, but it's not absolute assurance. Okay, and so the results of our audit is that we issued unmodified opinions on the financial statements and major federal programs for the department. And so that's also known as clean opinions. It's the highest level of assurance we can give as auditors that the financial statements are materially stated and that the federal programs that we tested were performed in accordance with the federal uniform guidance. And so the New Mexico Office of State Auditor has also approved our audit reports. They were issued in 2 separate covers this year, which is a little different than the previous years. And so the financial statement audit was issued out in November 17th, and then the federal single audit was issued out in January 9th. So both reports have been, though, released, and the financial statements are available on the state auditor's website. They're also available on the Federal Audit Clearinghouse, which is the federal website. Okay, and so this slide here just goes over the different levels of an internal control deficiency. When we're going through our audit, if we come across any internal control matters that we feel need to be corrected, we'll report that over to governance. There's different levels of control deficiencies over financial reporting. It could be more of a best practice type of control deficiency, or it could be something that warrants the attention of those charged with governance, which would be a significant deficiency. And then if it was, there was a risk that there could be an error that would go undetected that could be material to the department, then that would be reported as a material weakness. So going on to the next slide here. So yeah, happy to report that there's no material weaknesses to report on the department this year, and also no significant deficiencies were reported. Good job on the department as far as the internal controls over financial reporting. I mean, there's a lot that goes into it. We talked about it over at our exit conference. Is that it takes a lot to. There's thousands and thousands of transactions that are going on, and lots of compliance requirements that the department's having to go through. So, that's a good part of the audit is that there wasn't any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses. So then there were, though, some other non-compliance matters that we reported this year. So as I mentioned, we also do our audit in accordance with the state audit rule that's required, that the state auditor's office, kind of oversees those compliance requirements. And we had, this last year, we had 4 non-compliance with provisions of the state audit rule. The first was related to the use of state-issued fuel cards, really related to documentation over the mileage for the fuel cards. And then the second was related to the Public Employees Retirement Act regarding enrolling, making sure that eligible members were enrolled in the PARA program and that remittances were made. And then the third one was related to disposal of mobile office assets. This also involved notification to the state auditor about the disposal of some capital assets that were disposed by the department. And then the fourth finding was related to compliance with scrap metal pickup requirements under the price agreements. And then this involved the department utilized a price agreement for a district, I think it was District 4, for a District 5 scrap sale. So those were the 4 findings that we had for the state audit, for non-compliance with the state audit rule. Again, none of those reached the level of the significant deficiency or material weakness. So I just wanted, but we do need to report that as part of just our audit procedures. And then the next, going on here is the single audit. So just to go over a couple of points here for the federal compliance audit is that first of all, the department qualifies as a low-risk auditee. So, with that, that means that there's no findings in the last couple of years. The single audits have been submitted annually. No material weaknesses in financial reports or major programs during the last 2 years. And also no known likely question costs. So, in order to qualify as a low-risk auditee, things have to be, there has to be pretty clean reporting over the last 2 years. So just to kind of give that, perspective as far as the department has been over the last couple of years. This year's audit, we tested 2 major programs. So the first one was the Highway Planning and Construction Program. And that makes up about $479 million of the federal expenditures that the department has. Then there's the other major program that we tested was the Federal Transit Cluster Program. And that made up about $13 million of the federal expenditures. So overall, the federal programs that were tested, that was about 76%. Those 2 programs made up about 76% of the total federal expenditures that were incurred during FY25. So again, we go through a lot of procedures over our compliance work. Again, here, happy to report that there's no single audit findings. There was no federal award findings that we detected during our compliance audit. And yeah, definitely we looked, but there's no findings to report for the department. So going on to this next slide, this just kind of gives a snapshot of the 3 years of audit from 23 to 25. And so, yeah, during these last 3 years, there hasn't been any controlled efficiencies in financial reporting that has raised to a level of a significant deficiency or material weakness. There's also hasn't been any significant deficiencies over the controls and compliance over the major programs that we've reported. So pretty clean as far as the first 2 areas. And then the state auditor findings, the state audit rule findings, those we had, there was 1 reported in 23, 24 had 2, and then this last year there was 4 OSA findings. So with that, just some other communications. No other matters significant that, to the oversight of DOT that we feel needs to be reported at this time. We did obtain various representations from management at the end of the audit, and our statement of work that we have with the department, outlines all of the responsibilities that we have and also that the department would have. Going in, I'm just going to give some quick snapshots over the financial highlights. Realize this was June 30th, 25, so I won't spend too much time on them, but I wanted to kind of just give a few of the highlights. So for the assets of the department, it's about $8 billion of assets that the department has, at least as of the end of 2025, fiscal year 2025. So that was about comparable to the prior year. There's increases in certain areas like capital assets, the infrastructure of a lot of the state infrastructure. That went up by about $300 million. But then also your current assets, the cash and investments also went down about 300,000 because it was used for those capital purchases. There's, but overall assets stayed pretty consistent with each other. Liabilities for the department overall went down about 200 million. That primarily was related to payments towards long-term debt, towards the bond financing. And then, overall the net position as a result of the assets staying flat and liabilities going down, that resulted in an increase of 200 million for the net position of the department. Okay, and then this next chart here just kind of gives a visual of the revenues, the revenue streams or income streams that the department has. The lion's share of the income streams is the federal grants. That makes up about 41% of the department's revenues or income streams. That was 644.2 million for 2025. And then user and fuel taxes, that's the second category. That's the big one. That makes up about 34% of the income streams. That was at about 531 million back in June 30th, 2025. And then the other parts are charges for services and other revenues, certificates, registrations, and then there's also the transfers that come in over from the state general fund, primarily from the state general fund that make up the transfers. And so that's kind of just a quick snapshot of the income streams. This next slide just kind of gives a real quick overview of the budget. 2025 budget, original budget was about 1.2 million, and then, or billion, I'm sorry. And then the final budget ended up about 2.6. Actual was about 1.4. My takeaways, at least from this, is that, the budget and the actual expenditures, budgeted expenditures and actual expenditures has slightly been increasing over the last few years, which, is in line with that. The funding has been there, and that the activity is starting to rise as well with the department. And so those were our major, those were our significant communications that we wanted to make over to the commissioners today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. And myself, and also Zach Molina is here, who's our supervisor. So apologies, I should have mentioned him earlier. And then we also have our team that is available as well.
Steven, if you could, just for information, let the commission know how many years your company's been doing the audit for us.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Chairman. So we've just finished up our 7th year of audit. And so we've been doing the audit for a little time. The state audit rule requires that you go out after the 8th year, or at least that's the max that an auditor can audit a department. And then they have to switch, and there's a rotation. We finished up our 7th, and then, that's kind of where we're at today.
And then I had a question, and I think, Mallory, we had a conversation, but not like in depth or anything. It was just like off the, on that finding that we get with the fuel cards, that seems to be a finding every year. And I don't know if when they do the employee orientation, if that can be included in there for the new employees coming in, and maybe a refresher course for some of the employees, because those are hard to track. And it's every year it's continuous, though, that one always shows up.
Yeah, it's, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's correct. This is a repeat finding that we continuously get. We have upped our communications with staff. We do put it in the new employee orientation. They have to acknowledge it on an annual basis. I've also seen it in defensive driving they talk about it. So we are trying to put that communication out. We send emails monthly to make sure that staff realizes the importance of writing down their PM logs correctly and entering the right information. So we are trying our very best to get this information out.
That's good to hear, because that one always shows up and it's hard to track because you can tell somebody, but yeah. And most of the, not all of them, but I think most of the areas where you put fuel have now gone to digital, where you just like put in your card. Back in the day, we had to go and get the form from inside. You had to write everything manually, put your stuff and then your gallons and everything, and then take it back in. So the process has gotten easier, and it shouldn't be that difficult for employees to, utilize what they gotta utilize, so. So is there any other questions from fellow commissioners? Yes,
Question, you mentioned the rotational aspects after 8 years. Is there a minimum that the state has to be with another entity prior to reengaging your firm?
So
Is there 1 year, 2 year, 3 year?
yeah, no, thank you, Commissioner, for the question. And it's it just can't be can't be more than 8 consecutive years. So yeah, once 1 year's up, yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
if there's a 1 year stay off, so if you go out to RFP again for another firm, do you get them yearly, or does it go out like for 2 or 3 years?
Typically, what the department has done historically is keep the IPA on for almost the 4 years generally, because the first year is hard for a CPA firm to come in and learn the department. We're so big, so they really don't understand how the business process flows the first year. So typically, we've done like a 4-year contract, and then after that, we may or may not go out.
Okay. And I want to thank you, because I've been with you almost 7 years, I think. And I go to the audits, and you have been very professional. Your staff has been great, and so we appreciate that. And it's good when you have when you're dealing with the same people and over, because then they even get more on what they're checking for, and you already know coming in what, and you work good with our staff. So we appreciate.
Thank you.
And Mallory, let your people know that we appreciate it. Welcome on board, and we look to seeing you here. Come anytime you feel. You and Mallory are always welcome here at the meetings. And we depend on you for a lot of things, so we appreciate it. And let the staff know. Thank you for all their hard work. Any other comments from commissioners? So with that, we appreciate it. We thank you. And the next time we're on Zoom, I'll buy the donuts again.
We'll definitely grab a donut on our way out. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Appreciate the time.
You got it. Next, we have our bonding issuance, Darren Hodge, and that will be with you too, Mother.
Yes. So Chairman, Commissioners, as you are aware, Senate Bill 3 was passed during this last legislative session, which gave the department bonding authority and also new revenue. So with me today, I have Darren Hodges. He's from PFM Financial Advisors. He's our advisor, along with Mark Lovato from NMFA. And Mr. Hodges is here to present an informational item to you on our prospective bonding that we want to do by the end of June. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you. Good morning.
Welcome. Welcome. Give us some good news and some good options. And
that's what I'm here to do.
And give us some money.
Absolutely. So if we turn to slide 3, I'm going to kick this off with just a summary of the financing need. Next slide, please. And so essentially, the bond issuance that we're contemplating at this time is under the new authorization, about $220 million by the end of this fiscal year. So that's June 30, 2026. However, as we'll talk about, there are other considerations that we take into account with this issuance related to future bonds that we may or may not need to sell down the road. So for this transaction, some of the key considerations are current market conditions, current and future bonding capacity, as well as rating considerations. Ratings, as you probably know, are essentially a third party that rates our creditworthiness. How likely is it that we're going to repay debt? It's like our credit score. And so one of the key metrics they look at is debt service coverage. Debt service coverage is for every dollar of revenue available to pay bonds, how much debt do we have to pay? So if we have $2 of revenue, $1 of debt service, that means our coverage is 200% or 2 times. Next slide, please. Apologize. One more. There we go. So now I'm going to just quickly talk about the market. So in general, over the last several months, just given the events in the Middle East, that has created some volatility in the fixed income markets. That being said, there is still a lot of demand for high-grade tax-exempt bonds like DOTs. Typically, when there's uncertainty in the market, investors look to fixed income as certainty. So when we see more demand for fixed income securities, what that should lead to is lower interest rates. However, what happened with the events in the Middle East is that there were concerns of investors related to inflation, just given oil prices. And so interest rates actually went up initially. So end of the day, what we're seeing is that interest rates from a historical perspective are still attractive, and that's what this slide represents. These bars, the gray bars, represent over the last 35 years, what has been the range of interest rates along the curve. And then you look at that blue bar, that's the average interest rate along the curve. The gold bar is where we currently are. So as you can see, if we're selling bonds in the 10 to 15 year range, we're still below historical averages. Next slide, please. One more. Perfect. So what we looked at in analyzing different structuring alternatives is we looked at two different things, really. The first is, what's the term of the borrowing? In other words, how long are we going to be repaying the bonds we're contemplating issuing right now? And the second thing, as I'll talk about in a little bit more detail on following slides, is how much debt do we want to pay in the next several years, given the existing bonds that we have outstanding, versus through the final maturity of the borrowing. And so we looked at 6 scenarios, and unfortunately only 4 are showing up on this page. But we looked at a 20-year term, a 15-year term, and a 10-year term. And what I want to focus on this slide is going to be the bottom line there, the TIC. What the TIC represents is our true interest cost. That's the overall interest rate that we would be borrowing at in today's market. And the second thing that I want to point out here is you'll see we've got 20-year level debt service and then a 20-year level debt service modified principal. What the modified principal changes is that in 2031, we have a debt service cliff. Our debt service payments go from about $110 million a year down to almost nothing. And so what the modified principal does is it puts less of the principal in the next 4 years, just to be mindful of the fact that we have a lot of debt that we need to repay over the next 4 years. So that's going to be the difference in that versus the level scenario. So if we look at a 20-year level debt scenario, right now the TIC is at 3.93%. Under the modified scenario, what that does, it increases our TIC slightly to a 3.97%. Now, if we shorten the final term of our borrowing, our interest rate will decrease because now we're not borrowing at longer term interest rates, like our mortgage. We get a 30-year mortgage versus a 20-year, the 20-year rate should be a lower interest rate. And so if you look at the 15-year level debt scenario, you can see that our TIC decreases almost by about 43 basis points. So we go from paying a 3.93% down to a 3.5%. And then I've got the numbers in front of me for the 10-year scenario as well. If we were to look at a 10-year scenario, the TIC on that would be around 3%. So for every 5 years, roughly, you're looking at a reduction of about 40 to 50 basis points. Now, if we turn to the next slide, the other thing that we need to be cognizant of and that we thought through was it's not just about the interest rate, but how much are we going to have to repay every year? What is affordable for us, not just today, but as we look over the next 10 years of our authorization, the additional debt that we may need to issue. So what this slide shows, these are the annual repayments of debt service that we would need to be repaying with this issuance. And so what you'll see is that the shorter we make the term of our borrowing, the greater our annual payments are going to be. But as you'd probably expect a low interest rate, the shorter the term, the less overall interest we're going to be paying. So there's a little bit of art and science to this when we try and structure our recommended approach. And so the key takeaways here that I want to point to is, let's just look at the 15-year scenario right now. If you look at the 15-year level debt, the annual payments are about $19 million a year. But the modified principal structure, if you look right to the right of that, you'll see in the next 4 years, we reduce the amount of debt that we'd be repaying in those years from 19 to about 11.5 million. So it makes it a little bit more manageable from a capacity standpoint. Again, just making sure we have capacity for the future borrowings that we're contemplating. And I'm just going to keep going, but if you have any questions, please feel free.
One quick question. How does that interact with the bonds we have right now?
That's a great question, and the next slide's going to hit on that.
Okay.
So
I wasn't peeking either.
No, hey, listen, I like that you're giving me these softballs and openings. So capacity is exactly what you were talking about, which is what's our existing debt service? And it's not just our existing debt service, but what's the additional debt that we may need to issue in the future? And so as we were crafting our recommended plan of finance, together with staff, we looked at what are the additional bonds that we may need to issue and how do those factor into this? And so on this slide, what this table shows, the authorization years for the next 7 years and the maximum amount that's authorized to borrow in each of those years. And then you'll see on the right, we've tentatively put together some thoughts on where we think we might structure each of the future issuances. And so what you see is that it seems prudent that over the next 5 years, we could go with something like a 15-year final maturity. But then as we go further, assuming that revenues continue to increase, we can shorten the borrowing term so we can get lower interest rates and also pay off the debt faster. And so to directly answer your question, Commissioner, on the next slide, this is where we show all of the debt service together. So those gray bars right there, that represents your existing debt service. So you can see in 2030, that's where we have that debt service cliff. And so that's why when we talk about the modified principal structure, that's what we were trying to manage around. The next several years, we have pretty high debt service payments. So trying to manage around that so we're not over leveraging you for the next 5 years.
Because on the bonds that we have current, not including these, our payoff was going to be, because we had shortened the term on those. Correct, Mark? No, but what I'm saying is we were scheduled to pay that off in, right, yeah, so that's what I was talking about. Okay.
Exactly. And so this really gets to the point of capacity and trying to structure this issuance, not just based off current market conditions, but what we might need to do over the next 7 years. So next I'm going to move to our recommendation, so the slide after this. So with all of this in context and looking at all these different alternatives, our recommendation is going to be the 15-year level debt with the manageable principal through 2030. And so on the left right here, what that shows, just to remind us, is that our true interest cost is about 3.56%. And then you can see in that table below, that's where the modified principal comes into account. You can see from fiscal 27 to 30, our principal amounts, or the amount of the loan that we're paying down, is a little bit more manageable. And then we really start paying off in earnest beginning in fiscal 31 through the final maturity in 2041. And on the graph on the right, you can see what that looks like just on its own, the existing debt service plus the bonds we're contemplating, what our debt service profile would look like after this issuance. And then if we can flip 2 slides forward, I just quickly want to hit on our current financing schedule. So we'd anticipate coming back to you for approval of the documents and the transaction on May 21st. And so assuming we get approval on that day, that would put us in place to price the beginning of June, on or around June 8th, and then close before that June 30 deadline for the authorization for this fiscal year.
Now, could things change between here and June? And I know that it's going to be fluctuating, but what I mean is, could it change drastically, or it's more or less going to be?
Market conditions can change pretty dramatically. Yeah, exactly. That crystal ball, I'd be on a beach somewhere if I knew that. But here's how we try to manage around that. What we try to do is be ready to sell the bonds as soon as possible. If we get to the market and it's not a favorable market, then we have time to adjust the pricing until it is more favorable. Now with this transaction, because we have that June 30 deadline, we can't delay it too far, but there's a reason that we chose to price at the beginning of June, exactly for that reason, to give ourselves some flexibility with that what if related to market conditions.
Okay, so you will be looking for an approval from this commission in May?
Mr. Chair, that is correct, and I just want to reiterate, so Senate Bill 2 did increase our revenue source by $68 million, and that's due to vehicle registration and weight distance and then a surcharge. So that $68 million of new revenue will pay for this debt service payment.
Okay. And so you'll be part of the recommendation also when it comes through, right?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Is there any other questions from fellow commissioners? Well, we appreciate it. That was good information. And you'll be back in May?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hold on. Rebecca, yes, of course. I was hoping that you would have. Yeah, we kept looking over there.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, first, I appreciate the great presentation that the team put together for you today. I just wanted to emphasize one thing and kind of following up on your question, Chairman, about what might change between now and when they're back in front of you in May for a decision. Just to put a fine point on that June 2026 deadline. In the statute, 220 million is the max that we can bond between now and the end of this fiscal year, by the end of June. If we miss that window, then that authority then slides into the next statutory deadline, which is for the end of December of 2026, which is a different amount, which I haven't looked at in a while, so I can't remember what it is. But if we lose the opportunity to bond for the projects that are ready in June, then they stay in the queue for the December deadline, and we won't be able to get as many projects moving as we had hoped between that June deadline and the December deadline. And those were two boundaries that the legislators felt strongly needed to be in the bill to ensure that the pacing of this administration's bonding under this new authority was prudent and informed directly by projects on the STIP that were identified by the department as appropriate and ready for the bonding. So just wanted to emphasize that. The other thing that's so critical about June and this first batch of projects for bonding is both of the projects teed up for this first bond sale are tied to federal grants. And one of them we have fiscally constrained last year through support from you all and the Finance Authority for the border highway. The other project, if we don't get funded this summer, we stand at risk of losing that federal grant by the end of the federal fiscal year in September. Meaning if we had to push that project to a fall bond sale, we would have likely missed the opportunity to hold on to that federal grant. So the work that you all are going to do and that the department is doing with their bond counsel between now and June 30th is so critical. And we're boxed in a little bit, but kudos to the department. They've come up with a plan and a timeline to make it work. I just wanted to make sure that the sort of dominoes and critical sort of levers were really clear to you all today. Thanks for the opportunity.
No, we appreciate it, and we always appreciate your input, and you were directly involved in all these negotiations. So, of course, we very much welcome and respect your opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Mallory, and thank you for the presentation. Yes. Now we have the route designation, the new WIP alternate route in southeast New Mexico. I assume you're James Mason.
Yes, Chairman, I am. So,
okay, welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Adams, Commissioners, and Secretary Quintana. So my name is James Mason. I'm with the U.S. Department of Energy, Carlsbad Field Office. for the waste isolation pilot plant located in District 2, Southeast New Mexico. So the reason I'm here today is back in December, well, we've known a while that this construction was getting ready to happen, but back in December, Francisco notified us that it's on. We're gonna have to start looking for some alternatives for our transportation network as we approach the WIP site from the southern corridor through the southern United States. It's a low volume corridor. We only do about 60 shipments a year over a 40-week period, so on average 1.5 shipments a week. We put up some maps there. Just distracted. So it's a low volume corridor, and once we were given notification, we started formally looking at our options. I wanted to come here to the commission with a couple options we could pursue. It kind of narrowed down to one by the time I got done with it, and I'll explain here shortly. Historically, when the WIP started, the designated route was 285 from Pecos up to Carlsbad off of Interstate 20. Reason being, we always tried to stay on divided 4-lane highways, which are typically interstates, as far as we could, you know, get as close as we can, and then make our approach. After a few years, major construction projects started on 85 in the Texas side and the New Mexico side, and both Texas and New Mexico said, we're going to move you to an alternate route, which was the JOW route, as we called it. You can see the current JOW route. And that was on 176 from Big Spring, Texas to Eunice, New Mexico, 18 south to JOW, 128 west. This is what we call the South Access Road. And we've been on that ever since. Even after the construction was done, on the 285, traffic conditions are so much better. By then, the heart of the Permian Basin production had shifted west into what we now, it's called the Delaware Basin. To give you, for instance, of how busy that area is, the Permian Basin itself, and as a whole, is about 45% of the United States' oil production. The Delaware Basin, which is the western third of the Permian Basin, which is 285 bisects it, is about 60% of the Permian Basin's production. So it's about a quarter of the United States' production. And all that traffic's on 285. So I think you're all familiar with that reputation down there in the oil patch of 285. So we're more than happy to keep our trucks off of it. We're the slowest vehicle on the road. We're governed at 65 miles per hour. So even the sand trucks and water trucks are trying to pass us in the no passing zones. So we like to avoid that area if possible. We are using it right now because construction has started in JOW. You know, we have it, so it's not going to shut us down or keep us from transporting, but we certainly would like to get off that road. Once we were informed of the need to move, we started interfacing with all our stakeholders, including the state of Texas, because any real options might include a move in Texas as well, onto a different highway through Texas. Once we started engaging everybody, Texas, lo and behold, told us, oh, what a coincidence. We are getting ready to tear up 176 in about a year and start creating some Super 3s and some overpasses between Big Spring and Andrews. And they were like, we were going to ask you to move. So that really took that off as an option. Texas came back to us and said, we have newly created 4-lane highways going from Big Spring to La Mesa, Texas. And then it's a Super 3, if you're familiar with Super 3s, from La Mesa to Seminole, and then it's all 4-lane back, divided 4-lane, limited access all the way up to the north access road of WIP. We all drove it. Wow, what an improvement. It skirts the northern edge of the Permian Basin as a whole, the oil patch. I'd say it's probably a 75% reduction in oil field traffic going across those roads. Huge difference for us. Our drivers loved it. They weren't wrecks, no pun intended, when they got to the website from the other traffic. And so Texas then began a process. We outreached to Hobbs, Lee County. Texas began facilitating discussions with La Mesa, Dawson County, and Seminole, Gaines County, along the 62-180 corridor. and we began outreach. Eventually came up for votes, so we wanted consent from these communities, and we got it from, as I said, Lamesa, Dawson, Seminole, Gaines, and Hobbs Lee, and I'll provide those to council, or to Mo to provide council. Texas Right Away passed 2 resolutions for us, which was just phenomenal. Hobbs Lee County went to a discussion, but it was probably the more robust discussion of all of our engagements. Probably 45 minutes of Q&A in a public town hall style forum with all the commission and in quorum. And when they were done, the mayor basically said he supported us using 62-180 through Hobbs. Is there any objections? There were none, so all documented in their minutes. One of the reasons I didn't get copies of these to you yet, I was waiting for these. Tuesday they sent me a draft, of course going through the open meetings process. The minutes, these were just from April, like a week and a half ago. These aren't official till the next commission meeting votes to accept the minutes from the last meeting, so, and then they'll get me official minutes. But so anyways, that's the route we are looking at. And to reiterate, it's Highway 87 north from Big Spring to Lamesa, and then 62-180 due west through Lamesa, Seminole, Hobbs to the North Access Road. And like I said, we have the letters of consent. We're hoping that you'll be able to approve that. What we would like to do is try something new. Typically on the alternate route, we've come every 6 months for renewal. I think part of that's just for the engagement to reevaluate whatnot, these routes. And that, of course, this commission at any time can reobserve any of the selected routes. I was thinking if we could get this approved through the duration of the construction, which I believe, according to Francisco's, 3 or 4 years possibly, and that should cover the Texas portion as well. In lieu of coming back every 6 months, whenever the commission meets in District 2, I was thinking we could come have a formal WIP presentation and discuss WIP routes as a whole throughout the state of New Mexico, and use that as a chance to facilitate an ongoing discussion and for y'all and us to discuss any issues, concerns, or anything that's going on with these transportation corridors throughout the state of New Mexico. And I thought that would be a better way for us to engage than to keep having essentially the same vote, which turns out the same way each time, but we could actually turn that into a real opportunity to provide y'all with some information, and we can also learn from you any issues you might have and discussions you might have.
What's the timeline that you're seeking approval on this?
As soon as possible. We luckily, when we were notified in December that they would be shutting us down in March, we were like, no problem, we're in an outage right now. So this was our January to March is our extended outage of each year. We don't do any shipping. We do maintenance on the website, and but we have since now resumed shipping. But now we're on the Pecos route, so we're utilizing the Pecos route. Ideally, is once this commission approves use of the new route, I'll give 30 days notice to the sites. I already told them that we'll start in April, but we're going to be well into May by then, or even June. We'll give them 30 days notice with a date set. Hey, this is when you'll see the first shipment, and utilize that as our notification process. But
Francisco, will you have all the data you need from legal and everything you need to make a recommendation in May?
In May, I will have the data. Right now, I don't have the data from legal and some of their particulars when it comes to going through Hobbs and 62 and 80, but we can definitely work on that for May.
So I would recommend that if you do have all the data and you guys are all good with it, legal and you and the secretary and everybody, then that you do put it on as an action item in May.
Yes, Chairman. We would appreciate that. And just real quick too, I'd like to express Department of Energy's sincere appreciation for Francisco He is constantly, we're in contact pretty frequently, probably out of any of the agencies in the state of New Mexico other than state police. We talk, I'd say at least monthly. He's kept us engaged on changes along routes. I'll give you an example. When the bridge went out south of Roswell, he notified us pretty much when it was washing out. At that time, I was able to work with New Mexico State Police, Francisco, and Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources, and we were able to have, we had trucks inbound from the north, and that way we had a lot of trucks coming in without even delaying or stopping one truck for even a minute. Within, I'd say, an hour, we had an alternate route designated and set up and approved through all the way up to the governor's office, that this is now the route for those trucks until the 285 is usable again. So,
Francisco, and I would just ask that as you're moving forward with this, and we're progressing, that you keep Commissioner Hicks in the loop, because it's gonna be right in her area, and I think it's going through Hobbs, so it's gonna be right in her town, so keep her, yeah, so keep her abreast of that, and then we'll, and the commission as well. But I know you'll be working closely with her, so we appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I will, of course.
Okay.
Very good, and I'll be making arrangements with my leadership, and we'll meet with Commissioner Hicks very soon, so, and have that discussion. So I'll remind you, we're the safest transportation program in the world, so we're at, right now, we're at over 15,000 shipments, 17.7 million miles with no incidents. So,
Thank you.
I appreciate your time.
We appreciate
Thank you very
it.
much.
Thank you for being here today.
Thank you. Take care.
And with that, we're gonna move on to the Central Business District, Angle Parking. Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of Control Number 510-1351 US 60 Mountain Air Improvements, and specifically in support of angled parking along US 60 within the Central Business District of Mountain Air. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to my consultant, Matt Nybert, to cover the presentation on this. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners and Chairman, Secretary. Yeah, my name is Matt Nybert. I'm with Sauter Miller and Associates. Hopefully I'm not too loud. It's kind of feedbacky right here. But yeah, so our main objective here is to present, the town of Mountain Air has a central business district that has currently angled parking through it. Our project, the US 60 project through Mountain Air, CN 510-1351, maintains that angle parking, but as was brought up to us, is we just need essentially your guys' resolution or understanding that given the width, which we're not changing, that angle parking can remain. It's part of the New Mexico state statute that it be brought to you guys, and we get your understanding that it can remain or not. That's your decision, and we'll move forward with that. I think next slide. Yeah. So the issue is it's in the central business district. Currently, we are in design. We went through the study of the project where we had several public meetings and we presented several alternatives, which I'll get to here in a minute. We're in 90% design, but this statute was brought to us, and so we wanted to get a resolution on that. Excuse me. In the picture on the left, that is in Mountain Air, and you can see the existing configuration of the parking. And I think if we go to the next slide, that's going to show you some layouts. These were presented at the public meetings. The overall width of the space through the central business districts, it's 3 blocks long through there, so it's not very long, but it's I don't know if you've been in Mountain Air, but there's several businesses on each side, and it's about 98 feet from building to building where there are buildings. Our intent was to maintain and preserve as much of the public parking on-street parking as we can, because that was one of the main objectives from the public meetings was don't take away our parking. The slide that we have later shows just some of the comments from that and reiterating and confirming, verifying that stance. So the two different alternatives that we're showing here shows really just that on one side of the street with the angle parking, we preserve 22 parking spaces. If we convert it to parallel parking, it drops to 13 parking spaces. So that's the concern that the town has, is just the loss of on-street parking that they would see, those businesses would see, if we had to convert it to parallel parking. Next slide. So context sensitivity, just maintaining that. I don't mean for you guys to read all these. I'm just throwing them up here as kind of, these are our public comments, and these are available through our website, www.us60mountainair.com, if you wanted to get your hands on the full report. In addition to the parking configuration not changing, we are trying to maintain a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit through there. That goes back and plays in with the medians in the middle. It just helps slow everybody down through the central business district and maintains more consistency, and it allows for a street light placement as well. So I think next slide. Yeah, so in conclusion, you know, we've just got this strong voiced opinion from the town of Mountain Air that they would really like to preserve that parking. And so the design team, myself, you know, respectfully request that you guys consider providing a resolution that we be able to maintain angle parking through the central business district of Mountain Air as it currently sits. We're not reducing the width. We are putting a median in the middle, but that doesn't change the configuration of the traffic pattern significantly, in my opinion. So, and my credentials are, I'm a licensed professional engineer in New Mexico, and I deal with traffic. So, if that was a concern, but hopefully I didn't go through that too fast. And I think we've got questions. Did I miss anything, Gene? Or
I have two questions.
Yes, sir.
Number one, have you been working with Rhonda up in District 5, and I guess did the business owners agree? I mean, were they in accordance with this angle parking? Because I know you said they didn't want to lose parking, so are they approving it?
You want to take that? Oh, yeah. So they did. They are in approval of it. In fact, we went through another iteration before this where we had back-end parking to support the bike lanes. We changed that to front-end angle parking. It's a should condition, not a shall. So we're okay with the front end. We just had to get the public's opinion on the difference. We've gotten that, but yes, they are in support of the angle parking and in this configuration. So,
Rhonda, did you have something?
Oh, sorry,
I just
Rhonda.
wanted to say, Chairman, yes, that I've been made aware of the concern with the state statute not allowing it, but also knowing that we presented the angled parking and that it was really something out of request from so we are in support of, the district's in support of that.
Okay. And then my last question is, because I'm not a fan of back-in angle parking. So from what I understand here, it's front, you can come in front ways, correct?
That's correct, sir. Yes. Can we go back to the slides that show the parking
They
configuration?
did some of that right where I live and around where there's a lot of traffic and a lot of people can't back in.
Right.
And then every time they gotta back in, it holds up traffic because they gotta go in and out till they can get that angle. So I'm getting out of this that it's front end, and I don't have a problem with front end.
That's correct. That's what we're moving forward with in our plans right now is front end angle parking, and the median really drives that because everybody has to, sets that configuration up.
And what's your timeline on this?
Go ahead, Jim.
We
plan to go to production. Right now, it's scheduled for October 2027.
Okay, so we still have time. So Rhonda, we'll be waiting for your recommendation and you continue to work with them. And that way, when you're comfortable with it and we get everything, and I think this is a big start, is that they can come in and make a recommendation as an action item to present before us.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you very much.
I think we have some other questions.
Yeah. There's some questions. Go ahead.
I want to make sure I'm on.
You're on. Red.
Yep. So, first question, you have the N-tips for calming. Is that the intent of the widened areas on the ends?
Yes, the bulb outs.
Yep. Okay. And I didn't hear that the actual community took action on it. I heard that you say that they were in agreement, but did the community take action on approving this?
We've met with the mayor and council, the committee, and they're all in I guess agreement. I don't have any, I guess, official backing other than no objections from them. We do have further meetings with them. I guess we could state that as a question and get clarification if that would help.
Probably a resolution from the city council is to.
Okay,
This is what they're
we'll
requesting.
see if we can add it to their agenda to get it on their resolution.
The other question I had, I'm assuming this is a federally funded job. I mean, is there any issues with federal oversight on angle parking on a U.S. route?
The angle parking is allowed in both the state in the Green Book, the Highway Design Manual, and the Bicycle Guide book.
All right.
Any other questions from fellow commissioners? If not, we appreciate it. And thank you for your presentation. And if, when it comes up for recommendation for approval, if you can supply that resolution that the council and mayor were in accordance with it?
For sure.
Okay, we appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
You got it. With that, we're gonna move on to the EIPP multi-state collaboration for AAM and UAS. Hi.
Hi. Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jessie Litz-Rowden. I am the Director of Aviation for New Mexico Department of Transportation. Today, I'd like to briefly share with you how New Mexico is positioned at the forefront of aviation innovation through advanced air mobility, or AAM, and uncrewed aircraft systems, and why our participation in the FAA's multi-state EIPP collaborative is such a significant opportunity for the state. At its core, AAM and UAS represent the next evolution of aviation. UAS is currently operating, which includes drones used today for public inspections, public safety, as well as mapping. AAM expands that into cargo delivery, emergency response, and eventually passenger transport. This is not future state technology, it's already being deployed across the country. New Mexico is uniquely positioned to lead in this space. With vast uncongested airspace, strong military presence and federal presence, and established aviation infrastructure and growing aerospace and energy sectors. We're not starting from scratch, we are building on existing strengths. The FAA's Enhanced Airspace Infrastructure Pilot Program, or EIPP, is a national initiative designed to safely integrate the AAM and UAS aircraft into the airspace. New Mexico has joined as a part of a multi-state collaborative, and we were one of 8 EIPP awards given by the U.S. Secretary of Transportation. I'd also like to take a moment to give a huge congratulations to the Albuquerque Sunport. They were one of the other 8 that were selected with their partnership with Reliable Robotics. So this is a program that is really developing and starting to grow, and an opportunity that we realize is there. The EIPP Multi-State Collaborative allows us to work alongside other leading states, help share national standards and policy, and accelerate deployment in a coordinated and scalable way. This collaboration is critical because aviation doesn't stop at state lines. We're working together to ensure interoperability across regions, to share infrastructure, data, and best practices, and to strengthen our collective competitiveness for federal investment. It positions New Mexico not just as a participant, but as a leader. The benefits to New Mexico are tangible. Opportunities exist for economic development, attracting new companies, jobs, and investment in emerging aviation technologies. You can see some of this at the spaceport down with Virgin Galactic, and there are, as their kind of key holder there, but there are multiple other companies that are in this EIPP and UAS space. Rural connectivity by expanding access to medical delivery, cargo, and essential services in underserved communities. Public safety and emergency response for faster response times for wildfires, search and rescue, and disaster relief. And then infrastructure optimization by leveraging our existing airport system, the 54 that we have here existing in the state, and then using those in new and innovative ways. The Aviation Division is actively moving forward this forward by establishing an AAM and UAS advisory board that's now met 3 times to start building what the state's position is going to be within this effort. Coordinating with partners like the Sunport and research institutions, aligning statewide strategy with local initiatives, and preparing for pilot programs and early deployment opportunities. As we move forward, continued alignment and support at the state level will be key. This is an opportunity for New Mexico to lead in a rapidly emerging sector, one that supports our rural communities, strengthens our economy, and enhances our transportation network. And you may ask, why now? And now is because the technology is here. The federal programs are starting to fund it, and states that move early will define how it's implemented nationwide. We're very excited to bring this work forward and keep you informed in the progress. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
I just want to commend you for the work. Thank you for helping us lead.
Thank
the
you.
nation. And Secretary Black had mentioned this yesterday
Yes.
at just the importance and significance of it to our economic development efforts as
Yes,
well.
and thank you for your support on this. Thank you.
Chairman Adams, Commissioners, within your packet, you'll have a packet with information items and background for the proposed dedication of the US 7285 relief route dedicated as the Nancy Lopez relief route. The legal description of the route is the junction with US 285, approximately 1.2 miles south of Roswell, northwesternly from milepost 0 to milepost 7.9, thence northerly and northeasterly to US 70, US 285 interchange at milepost 15.4 in Chaves County. A little background, I know most people are very familiar with Nancy Lopez, and but I would like to read her background if you don't mind, Chairman. On February 15, 2026, the Board of Chaves County Commissioners passed resolution number R26005 requesting the New Mexico State Transportation Commission to dedicate the US 70, US 285 relief route in honor of Nancy Lopez. Nancy Lopez, an internationally celebrated professional golfer and Hall of Fame inductee, stands as one of the most influential and accomplished athletes in the history of women's golf. Born on January 6, 1957 in Torrance, California, Lopez was raised in Roswell, New Mexico, where she developed her game and laid the foundation for a career that would elevate her to global renown. Though born in California, Lopez grew up primarily in Roswell, where her family settled and her father opened a local auto repair business. It was on Roswell's public golf course where she first honed the skills that would define her legacy. She began playing at age 8 and quickly distinguished herself as a young talent. By age 12, she had won the New Mexico Women's Amateur Championship, becoming one of the state's youngest champions. During her youth in Roswell, Nancy became the first female to compete on her high school otherwise all-boys golf team, leading Goddard High School to state golf championships, an early example of her trailblazing spirit and competitive drive. Her remarkable achievements brought national attention and pride to Roswell and the state of New Mexico. Nancy Lopez joined the Ladies Professional Golf Association, the LPGA, tour in 1977 and rapidly became one of the game's most dominant figures. Her 1978 rookie season remains one of the most extraordinary in golf history. She won 9 tournaments, including a record 5 in a row, and claimed the LPGA Rookie of the Year, LPGA Player of the Year, and the Bear Trophy for the lowest scoring average, all in the same season. Over a career spanning more than 2 decades, Lopez amassed 48 LPGA Tour victories, including 3 LPGA Championship titles, and earned reputation as a 4-time LPGA Player of the Year and 3-time Fair Trophy winner. She was inducted into the World Golf Hall of Fame in 1987, became one of the youngest golfers ever to be honored at that level. Her success and charismatic presence helped raise the profile of women's professional golf and inspire generations of athletes. Beyond sporting excellence, Lopez has served as a role model and ambassador for the sport, especially for women and Hispanic youth. Her legacy endures in Roswell and beyond. An elementary school in Roswell bears her name, reflecting her lasting impact on the community and its youth. Nationally and internationally, she is recognized not only for her competitive achievements, but also for her character, contributions to charity, and promotion of golf as a lifelong sport. Designating the US 70 US 285 relief route as the Nancy Lopez relief route recognizes a native daughter whose achievements brought distinction to Roswell, the state of New Mexico, and the sport of golf. Such an honor would celebrate Lopez's historic contributions, reinforce community pride, and provide lasting, highly visible tribute to her legacy. The route would stand as a fitting memorial to a Roswell icon whose name resonates far beyond local boundaries. Within your packet, you will see the resolution passed by, or first you see the CP, Commission Policy 61, for dedication of highways and designation of our transportation facilities. On the following page, you do see the resolution from Chavez County in accordance with our Commission Policy 61. The following page, you see the map of the route that we are requesting, or at this time, informational purposes, but our goal is hopefully to come as an action item for approval in the next month. But here's the route. It's the relief route around Roswell, New Mexico. As you can see, it's a pretty good distance. It goes around Roswell, and that kind of gives you an overview of the highway we're looking to dedicate. Besides the resolution passed by Chavez County, this was also passed in this year's legislature under Senate Memorial 6. As you can see, it was sponsored by Senator Ezell, Senator Townsend, Senator Wilson, Senator Boone, and Senator Campos. So along with this memorial, Senate Memorial 6, we also have the support from Chavez County. So Commissioner Chairman Adams, I stand for questions. And it would be a great thing for approval at District 2 during our commission, I think.
That I can't guarantee, but.
Oh, yeah, of course, you still have to vote.
I can guarantee it'd be an action item.
So, of course, Chairman, Commissioners, we still need to vote on it. But Nancy Lopez is big for my family, big for the community. And
No, we have nothing but respect for her, and she was an icon, and we appreciate that. So I think it's fitting that we do discuss it at the government meeting, or, yeah.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your presentation, Francisco. Now we're gonna move to action items. Mallory.
All right, we have 3 bars, three different presenters. Do you want us just to present and then?
If it's with the pleasure of this commission, I would rather you present all three of them, and then we just make a motion on all three of them, unless they want to do it individually. The three different ones. Yeah, the three different, you're talking about 9, 10, and 11, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that fine with the commission? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm here to present bar number 9. Bar number 9 is a required to increase our budget authority in category 400 by $3 million. This fund will be used for condemnation settlement involving Sunnyside Properties LLC. The settlement was precipitated by a series of back-to-back rulings that prohibited the department in presenting their case in chief. With me, I have Sean Fitting. He's the Deputy General Counsel for Right Away, and he can stand for any questions regarding this bar request.
Welcome.
Commissioner Adams, members of the commission. I'm going to give you some background on this. I'm going to promise to keep it under 2 minutes because I can't compete with our local bistros, I'll admit that. Basically, I don't know how familiar you are with the condemnation process, but the way this works is that you put in, we start by putting money, depositing with the court of our estimated value of the property, because we have to compensate the property owners for the property. Once we get the money in the court awards us the possession of the property, and then the whole lawsuit is about how much the property is actually worth. In this case, this was an unusual piece of property in the sense that normally when we do takings, we take little strips along the roadway, but this was a huge 10-acre piece. It was this was at the intersection of I-10 and the 404, so it was a valuable intersection that had not been developed yet. This was a large piece, one single property owner for the entire taking. Normally, we end up with a lot of little property owners. I've been right now handling condemnations for about 4 years for the department. This is the largest case I have seen with respect to condemnation. We valued the property at $831,000, about $1 million. They valued the property at about $5.2 million. So a lot of money was at stake. This was a huge piece of property. Basically, what happened with this case, we deposited our $831 with the court in October of 2023. It's been sitting there. This case went to trial. We went back and forth. What happens at these sort of trials is an evaluation. The jury will have to decide between our basically $1 million and their basically $5 million. What the settlement came to, initially went to a trial. There was a mistrial. And fortunately, that wasn't the DOT's fault. That was the property owner's fault. So it went to a mistrial. There was a second trial scheduled that settled right before the second trial. The $3 million is just about splitting the difference between the $5 million and the $1 million. Conditions like I said, we had a number of evidentiary rulings against us. We had the judge rule that our experts could not testify about their comparable property, but they had brought in experts that could attack our experts. In addition, they were allowed to bring in these experts. So both our defense and our offense within this trial were hampered. Additionally, because there had been a mistrial, there was a very good chance of appeal. By settling this case, we were able to split the difference between them. We also stopped the chance of an appeal. If this case goes to appeal or went to an appeal, when the settlement says no appeal, if it had gone to an appeal, we would have been paying 10% per month on whatever the judgment was, at least $1 million for however long it takes to get it through the Court of Appeals. So we were trying to mitigate damages at this time. That's the bad news. Now the good news is, yes, the settlement was for $3 million, and that's what the request is for. The good news is we have already set aside and have in the court deposit $831,000. So this is actually about a $2.1 million that is going to need to be adjusted to. Furthermore, we have as part of the negotiations is we get to collect the interest that has been accumulating on that 831 since the case was filed. So that will be additional money coming back to the department. I can't tell you what the interest would be because it's constantly accumulating. And because I'm a graduate in New Mexico State, and as Mr. Moet established, that means I can't do math. So are there any I stand for questions.
I have one question, and I get that it went to court and it's been approved and all that good stuff, but I just want to clarify. Because I know that any time that a state agency acquires or disposes of property, they can only go on the appraised value, and I heard that you said there was a difference in the appraisal.
They can only go on the appraised value for the offer.
Right.
However, once you get to litigation as a settlement, you can go outside of the appraised value.
Okay, I just wanted to verify that, which you did, and so, just for the record, so. Is there any other questions from fellow commissioners?
It seems like a lot of money, but what is it, a half mile of pavement?
If there are no further questions, thank you.
No, we appreciate it, thank you. Now we'll.
My 2 minutes.
No, that wasn't 2 minutes. Hey, you did, now I can say you don't know how to do math, but just kidding. Yeah, next time you come, you take as much time as you need.
Chair, Commissioners, my name is Virginia Stabella. I'm the Asset Management Bureau Chief for the New Mexico Department of Transportation. And I'm here today to ask for an FY26 bar that is required to increase the budget authority and contractual services, category 300, by $38,748,235. $29,480,000 of that is for the federal discretionary grant, the 2024 rural grant that we were awarded by US DOT. $9,268,235 is from the state road fund. These funds will be used for bridge replacements, drainage improvements, fiber optic conduit, and cabling installation, and the pavement rehabilitation of approximately 21-mile stretch of US 64, which is a rural highway in northwest New Mexico. This will enhance the mobility for the local Navajo communities through which it passes and for which it serves as a central conduit of accessibility. I therefore respectfully request bar approval, and I stand for questions.
Any questions from fellow commissioners? No. We
Thank you.
appreciate you, and we'll act on that recommendation pretty soon.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for being here. Now we'll go on to FY26 bar number 11. John Tennyson, welcome.
Thank you for having me. Good afternoon, Chair, Commission. I'm your Budget and Revenue Director, John Tennyson, and I will be presenting bar 11 to you guys today. So what bar 11 is for our P562 and P563 programs. What this bar will do is it's required to increase the budget authority in the Personnel Services and Employee Benefits, which is our category 200, by $5 million. What these funds are needed for is to cover payroll-related activities, reducing the agency vacancy rate, provide for appropriate placement when hiring employees, and for overtime. So the breakdown of the $5 million will be based upon in the Project Design and Construction P562 program of $1.5 million, and in the Highway Operations P563 program of $3.5 million. This bar is supported by State Road Fund balance, and I respectfully request bar approval of bar 11.
Thank you, Mr. Tennyson. Any questions, fellow commissioners? With that, I would ask for a motion of approval for FY26 bar number 9, P562 right-of-way condemnation settlement for FY26 bar number 10, P562 rural grant US 64, and for FY26 bar number 11, payroll agency action item number 9A, B, and C. What is the pleasure of this commission?
Move for approval.
I have a motion for approval from Commissioner McElroy. Do I have a second?
Second.
I got a second from Commissioner Hicks. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously. Thank you. I can just, yeah, okay. So now we'll move on to the city of Albuquerque, and we've decided to table that. But I'm just kidding. Come up. I know you've been waiting.
That was a late April Fool's joke.
Hey,
Chairman.
you gotta have some fun here.
Yes.
You know, it's been a long day.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. As mentioned back in March, we've asked Ms. Valerie from the City of Albuquerque to present some of the positive and the findings from the City of Albuquerque's automated speed cameras. So she'll be presenting real quick those positive notes.
Welcome.
Great, good
And I
afternoon.
know you've been here a long time, so.
Oh, happy to be here. I've learned a lot. So,
Okay.
yeah, thank you for having me, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Hermanson. I'm a Transportation Planning Manager at the City of Albuquerque, where I get to manage our Vision Zero traffic safety efforts, which are working towards zero traffic deaths and serious injuries by 2040. I'm also here on behalf of the city to respectfully request approval to place 4 additional speed safety cameras on NMDOT roadways within the city limits. But first, a high-level overview of our Vision Zero program. You know, zero is the goal, and we use the safe systems approach, which is pictured here on the right, to get there. Our program prioritizes safe roads and safe speeds to get there. And safe speeds and our automated speed enforcement program are core principles of how we're going to get to zero traffic fatalities, because we know based on comprehensive data that high-speed driving increases the frequency and the severity of a crash, and it also decreases the likelihood of survival in a crash. Next slide, please. And unfortunately, speeding is the leading cause of fatal crashes. And you know, I mentioned the high-speed driving note, and it's really dangerous not only for people inside of the shell of a vehicle, but it's particularly concerning about people outside of an automobile. I'm talking about people walking or biking. And as you can see on that graphic on the right, the faster a driver is going, the less likely a person walking or biking, you know, is going to survive. And humans are less likely to survive these high-speed crashes. Next slide, please. And so to address, thank you. And so to address, you know, the safe speeds core principles, we launched our automated speed enforcement program in April of 2025 with 3 cameras. And since then, we've incrementally added cameras throughout the years, and today we have 30. And on this map, it shows the proposed that we're requesting for permission to place on NMDT roadways within city limits. And we use a data-driven approach to identify potential camera locations. We use comprehensive crash data and more recent crash data. We use the city's as well as Mr. Cogg's high fatal and injury network, as well as NMDOT's high injury network. And what's on this graphic is the high fatal and injury network, which we refer to as the HFIN. And the shades 1 through 5, essentially 1 is a higher priority corridor versus 5 being a lower priority corridor. And we also consider what we call the Vulnerable Community Index. We want to make sure that we're not only burdening certain communities with these. And the Vulnerable Community Index essentially has 8 indicators likely to impact a person's transportation vulnerability. They range from low per capita income to households with no vehicle, meaning these are communities that rely on walking, biking and transit to meet their daily needs. We also consider where schools are, other community destinations, community feedback, locations near interstates where people may fail to adjust their speed before getting on or off the interstate. Next slide, please. So here's the fun part. So these data are from between April 2022, when the program launched, and June of 2025. And what we've seen is that drivers exceeding the posted speed limit by 10 plus miles per hour, with decreases ranging between 54.7 to 96.2%. those first 20 cameras, we saw between a 0.6 mile per hour to an 8.8 mile per hour decrease in average driver speed, which is really meaningful. And I have it on the slide here at the bottom right. It's meaningful because even a 1 mile per hour decrease in, or 1 mile per hour decrease in driver speed can result in a 17% decrease in fatal crashes, which is significant. And unfortunately, at most of our cameras, we're seeing people going 100 miles per hour or over. Not everybody, but we're clocking those types of speeds. Next slide, please. Here's some additional program data. Between May of 2025, when we started issuing actual violations, and March of 2026, we've issued over 600,000. The pay rate is about 45.2, but I do want to note that, while we do rely on the program to pay for itself, but the goal is not to make money. The goal is to change driver behavior. About 1% of folks complete community service. Our ordinance allows that folks, instead of paying the $100 citation, you can complete 4 hours of community service, or any configuration that works for you. You could do 2 hours of community service and pay $50. We have about a 1% appeal rate. And then one thing that's really interesting is that most drivers are one and done. Most drivers get one citation, 77.3% get one citation, and then don't get another one. So that's a really interesting fact. And then I always like to point out with these data is that folks get 90 days to complete community service, appeal, or pay their citation, so these data may change a little bit. Next slide, please. And now onto the data for the current cameras that the Commission graciously allowed us to place back in 2023. The first one is on Coors between Montano and Paseo del Norte. And what we've seen at that location is a 74.7% decrease in drivers exceeding the posted speed limit by 10 plus miles per hour. And that's what that top picture is, that on the top right. So you can see the slow decline month over month. And then we've also seen a change in average driver speed, a 3.2 mile per hour reduction in average driver speed. And I'm going back to that factoid. Even a 1 mile per hour reduction can result in 17% reduction in fatal crashes. So it's going to be really interesting to continue to monitor these data and see how we see improvements in overall roadway safety for folks. And unfortunately, we've clocked somebody going 163.1 miles per hour past that camera. Next slide, please.
Let me ask you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
It's it's just north of Montano and south of Paseo, and it's capturing northbound traffic. Yeah.
A quick question on the driver that was going 163 and he got clocked. Is there a follow-up to that as far as, I mean, not only the ticket, but then do you do a follow-up as far as, because that's a dangerous speed right there.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's a really great question. Yeah. Our Albuquerque Police Department reviews and approves all citations, and so when they see things like that, they can flag their motor unit. And we have had situations where we've seen repeat egregious offenders, and then they know who to look for and where. And these are only civil penalties, but when an officer pulls over someone, it could be criminal depending on how much faster they're going over the posted. So, great question.
Okay.
Okay, and then these are data for the Coors bypass just south of Ellison camera. At that location, we've seen between a 73.3% reduction in drivers exceeding the posted speed limit by 10 plus miles per hour and a 1.2 reduction in average driver speed. And unfortunately, we've also clocked someone going 125 miles per hour at that location. Next slide, please. And then the third camera that we currently have placed is on Paseo del Norte near Louisiana in the westbound direction, and we've seen a 70.9% reduction in drivers exceeding the posted speed limit by 10 plus miles per hour and a 1 mile per hour reduction in average driver speed. And unfortunately, there we've caught someone going 121.9 miles per hour. Next slide, please. I think there might be one before it. Oh, yes. Yeah. So I'm here to respectfully request permission from the commission to place 4 additional cameras in addition to the 3 that we currently have. 2 on Coors near St. Joseph's, near the northbound and southbound direction, Tramway just south of Lomas in the southbound direction, and Paseo del Norte west of Barstow for the westbound direction. Next slide, please. And here's some data. And so on the right of the next few slides, I pulled crash data in the New Mexico Department of Transportation Vulnerable Road User Safety Assessment. So it's a screenshot from that website. And what we see is the black dots on that map are showing the proposed cameras. So for Coors near St. Joseph's, we're going to do a northbound and a southbound. And this location is on NMDOT's high injury network. It's also on the city and Mr. Cog's high fatal and injury networks. St. Pius Middle and High School is just adjacent to that location. And then this camera is, both of these cameras are also within the walk zone of an elementary school, and I have it labeled on that map where that elementary school is located. So important considerations. Next slide, please. And then for Tramway, again, it's also on NMDOT's high injury network. It's on Mr. Cog's high fatal and injury network. And then this one is near, there's a public library just on the southwest corner of Tramway and Lomas. It's within the walk zone of several schools, ABQ School of Excellence, Apache Elementary School, as well as Manzano High School. Okay, next slide, please. And the 4th and final camera that we're requesting permission for on Paseo is also on NMDOT's high injury network. It's on the city and Mr. Cog's high fatal and injury network. So apologies for that typo. I'm definitely St. Pius is not in this area, but it is in the walk zone for Dennis Chavez Elementary School, as well as Desert Ridge Middle School, which I have labeled on that slide in those areas. And thank you so much for your time and attention and inviting me back to be able to share this slide deck.
Thank you, and thank you for
appreciate
being
it.
so patient with us. It's just that with all the requests that we have coming in, we're taking our time to review everything, and you have brought in some provided excellent data, and that's what we're asking when anybody's coming in and making a request. Is there any questions from fellow commissioners? Mr. Secretary, are you on there?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I'm here.
What's your recommendation?
I recommend we approve the City of Albuquerque's request for speedlight cameras. And then once we come up with a DOT policy, we'll probably want them to come back every year or so to kind of show us the data that they're showing us today. Make sure that they're still being effective.
You've heard the recommendation from our secretary, and there has been no other discussion by the fellow commissioners. Commissioner Chenoweth, you have something? No. So, what is the pleasure of this commission? Is there a motion for approval for the City of Albuquerque ASC cameras, information for the City of Albuquerque, automated speed enforcement cameras on Coors Boulevard, New Mexico 45, Paseo del Norte, New Mexico 423, and Tramway Boulevard, New Mexico 556. I think I got them all.
Thank you, Jim, as well.
What is the pleasure? Do I have a motion?
I make that motion, Chairman.
I got a motion from Commissioner Chenoweth. I got a second by Commissioner Taylor. And all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It carries unanimously. Thank you. You got it. Let me just ask you a question before you go. Do all the cameras, are they all license plate readers too?
No, they don't have
Oh, they
license
don't?
plate readers. No, not at this time. The vendor does allow for us to retrofit them to add license plate readers.
Because I know at one point, Mayor Keller had come to present, and one of them was that they wanted to track license plates because of all the stolen vehicles. So, thank you.
But always add it on later.
Yeah,
Yeah,
thank
thank
you.
you so much.
So with that, do I have a motion to enter into executive session, imminent personnel disciplinary action and anticipated subsequent litigations as authorized by NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, subsection H2 and H7. And for the record, if we do enter in, our secretary will be present via telephone. So is there a motion?
Move for approval.
We have a motion for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Tanner. All in favor? Give me a roll call vote.
Chairman Adams?
Yes.
Commissioner McElroy?
Yes.
Commissioner Hicks?
Yes.
Commissioner Chinoweth?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
And Commissioner Tanner?
Yes.
With that, we will now retire into executive session at approximately 12:55. And we're ready to go. Ready? We want to go from executive session and move back into our regular session. For an executive session, we discussed imminent personnel disciplinary actions and anticipated subsequent litigation as authorized by NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1, subsections H2 and H7. And for the record, the Secretary, David Quintana, was with us in executive session. So with that, we are back into regular session, open session at approximately 1:29. Okay, so now let's go on to the next item. I'm gonna wait for legal to give me a clarification. Commissioner Lundstrom was the treasurer, and we need a treasurer to go ahead and sign off on things. Yeah, he was the secretary. What did I say? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, secretary, said secretary treasurer, but I'm glad you clarified that. So, I'm gonna find out if we can wait till our next meeting in Lovington, because they do have to sign off on the minutes. If not, I might call a special session, and in that special session, it'll be on Zoom, and that's the only thing on the agenda. But if it can wait till Lovington, then we'll just go ahead and we'll nominate and elect somebody at that point. Is there any other questions or anyone else to come before this commission? Oh, we got a question over here. Oh, no, just kidding. With that. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
And this just goes with my previous experience. When we come back in, in past 10 years, there was a statement that said, we're back in from executive, no actions were taken and so forth, that sort of thing. Do we not have to do that here?
Oh, well, because I just said that we just discussed, so that means that.
Do you not have to say that no action was taken?
No, because
Okay.
Well,
Okay, thank you.
if we could do it either way.
No, he says we're good. We're
Yeah,
good. Thank you.
on the thing it says that we're going to discuss, and it doesn't say anything about any action. So
Okay.
we can't
Sir.
take action. So with that, but that's a good point. Is there any other business or anyone else to come before this commission? If not, what is the pleasure of this commission? Do I have a motion to adjourn at 1:31?
So moved.
And that's so moved by Commissioner Hicks, second by Commissioner Taylor. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're officially adjourned.